4 years now, I believe. I was fortunate enough to hire him, and he was such a creative person. He talked about some of his previous jobs that involved, anything from aquariums to building things like water reserves and things like this. He's a remarkable, gifted person. And perhaps more than his creativity and his science is his connection with kids. He's like administrative crazy long hours. He goes on trips with the kids, and he has built a culture that reflects the type of person he is, which is inclusive and challenging and thoughtful. He is all these things. We're very proud to have him on the staff, and we're very proud of his culture and his team that he has built thus far that involves things like mentorship, both by adults with students, but also students with students. So a really remarkable man, remarkable team, and I'm happy to introduce Mr. John Castle.
Thank you very much. Good evening, dear board members, Dr. Brady and all. It is with great gratification this evening to be able to share the cause of this evening's celebration and student spotlight. 4 years ago, when I was given charge of the high school robotics team, little did I know what I was in for. That year, our team, which was, as a student had said, in its inglorious demise, managed to win our regional championship. And that year, we also made it to Worlds. This trend has continued over the past several years that I've been in charge of the team. Although I'd like to take credit for that, the credit would be unjust without our students and our mentors. We have some great mentors, both who've been with me. One of them has been with the team for 8 years, and Will Ferenc, who's been with the team for the past 4 years as well. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Will Ferenc and William So, who will speak a little bit about our team and their winning.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Will Ferenc. I wanted to take a moment to go over with you just really how excellent the students have been doing. Growth over the past few years in this organization has been absolutely excellent. The design problems that the students are succeeding in are more complicated now than when I started working with them 4 years ago. We've continued to operate at a level where we are relevant on the world stage. As Mr. Castle had mentioned, we've taken this team to that world stage, and we've gotten even into the final elimination tournament. And this is competing against students not only from California, but also from the rest of the United States and the world as well. So really operating at that world level. We've vastly increased the skill base of the students, and we're capable of delivering these much more highly integrated products. So it's not just the average level, but it's the maximum level of skill as well on the team that have been growing. Notably here, this is in terms of design, but also in terms of computer-aided drafting and machining skills. They're operating at or near that introduction to college level, some of the students even at the mid-college level. Even though we were in non-ideal circumstances this past year, they measured up well against their peers from across the world, again, bringing home some serious hardware, and you'll hear the students talk about that in just a moment. One thing that I wanted to do, just to take a quick moment as an aside here, to mention kind of the relevance of this program as well, because you may remember I'm a contractor and I'm also an active engineer, and I've been a hiring manager as well in the aerospace industry out here locally. So I wanted to make sure that I point out why this is valuable to me as a potential employer. So I need people who have these technical skills, but also the experience. And oftentimes that's what I find missing in some of these fresh out of college students. And that's really what this program addresses. And that's what makes it really so special, is these learned skills of having worked on a team and also having worked through problems and worked through this adversity, or maybe even working through problems that don't really have a solution. So many of these students, even coming out of the best academic programs of colleges, are sometimes missing the ability to deal with problems that don't have a solution. And I need these kind of people who can give me a solution to a problem that I don't fully understand when I come to them with this problem. So uniquely, this is a great, fantastic opportunity for the students to get their hands dirty with these design encounters. And they encounter a lot of opportunities that really, these are unique in their academic career so far. And they get a lot of opportunities to be correct in school, but these kind of opportunities to do design and really explore a space where there is no right answer are really special. And I want to congratulate all these students for kind of taking that extra challenge of really going after these really cool opportunities that I think are hugely important, not just in my workplace, but in real life in general. So thanks all the students again. And William, go ahead.
So my name is William. So I've been with the team programming, being the programming mentor for the last 8 years. This year, despite the program being almost entirely virtual, the students have some really good work done. We have worked with professional level tools, project management tools. We have worked with professional designers to write the website. This year, the students get to learn to program flying drones. We program the drones to recognize faces and to autonomously follow them. We have also laid the groundwork for some autonomous pathfinding on the competition robot. So now it's able to use curves to create more energy efficient paths. So now, like, essentially the robot can walk. So I would like to point out the main difference between this robotics program and your AP computer science program. The main difference is the students actually work on mechanical and sensor and software fusion. So there are not many programs in the high school world where students get to program their robots, get to read sensor data from actual physical sensors, detect obstacles around the robot, and then swirl around that actual obstacle or use a robot arm to push it away. And throughout the years, I've seen the students have done more and more advanced things. When I started, the robots can just go forwards and backwards, controlled by humans. Now it can see things around them. And the last 2-3 years, the robot can actually make sense of their surroundings and autonomously interact with them. So these kind of skills, you really don't see students get to work on these things until you get to the college level. Like, I remember I was only able to work on those things when I was in 3rd year college. So they're getting great skills today. And these kind of skills is the skills that you see on the news being worked on, like autonomous vehicles, being applied to autonomous vehicles today. So I really applaud how the students have done this year, especially on all the awards they have gotten. And I look forward to work with them next year when we actually get to physically meet in the workshop again. So, Mr. Castle?
And now, thank you, Mr. So. And so now the students have a short presentation to show the work and the awards that they won this year.
All right. Well, hello, board members. My name is Eli Raymer, a current junior and the machine specialist, district liaison, and competition strategy captain for the BHUSD robotics team, Mortorque. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us tonight. Let's begin with what is Mortorque. Mortorque is the name of the BHUSD robotics team. We've been around for 16 years now and have won numerous awards throughout our team's life. We participate in competitions with an organization called FIRST. We compete in the FIRST Robotics Competition, or FRC, the highest level of their competitions. FIRST is an international organization that works to promote STEM around the world. FIRST has a large base of mentors who help teams from many high-end STEM companies such as SpaceX and JPL. Moving on to FRC at Home, one of the 2 events we won awards in this year. This event consisted of us using the robot we built in person last year and forming a technical presentation around it. Every season begins with safety and tool training in our woodshop. This is to ensure that all team members know how to safely use all of the equipment in our shop and uphold proper safety standards throughout their time there. Here are some tools and machines we teach our team members how to use: sander, caliper, miter saw, bandsaw, hand drill, and drill press. That was starting from the top left. Building a robot takes a lot of time, as you can see by the hours I have provided for our build season. We utilize a real-world design processes and methods to develop and bring a functional robot to reality. Our team designed and built all aspects of that robot you see on the right. Mentors provided invaluable guidance throughout. A big part of FRC at Home was working on presentation skills in both the creation and delivery of the technical presentation. We gave the presentation to a panel of judges, which was followed by a short question and answer session. Here are some sample slides from our presentation, which highlight the design process we went through. The finished product can be seen in image 8. We're the red team, hanging on the right. And here is the award we won for this presentation, and by proxy, our previous robot. The Industrial Design Award celebrates the team that demonstrates industrial design principles, striking a balance between form, function, and aesthetics. Thank you very much, and now I'll send it to my friend Ethan Stone, who is our team's electrical specialist, and he's going to tell you about the game design competition we participated in this year.
Thank you very much, Eli. My name is Ethan Stone, and I will be talking about the game design portion of the first competition last year. As you can tell from the name, our job was to design a game ready to be played on the same level as an FRC game that we would normally compete in. This is a challenge that we have never had before. It was brand new this year. And I think our success in this challenge shows that how our robotics team can be presented with brand new, completely unseen challenges and still succeed. How did we succeed in those challenges? Well, the first thing was thoroughness, right? We researched tons of past FRC games to generate ideas for our own. We wrote a comprehensive rule book to make sure that all the details were ironed out. And we even created accurate field renderings in SolidWorks, seen here, to kind of put our ideas on paper and not only help us understand it, but help the judges really grasp what we were showing. Not only that, we also had to use excessive creative thinking. We created many differently wildly game ideas at first. We had a pirate game, we had a chef game, very different concepts, but we did finally settle on the firefighter game. We had to hone in on key characteristics of our game. What do we want the robots to be doing? How do we want them to be doing it? How difficult do we want those tasks to be? All of these decisions we had to make. And we also had artistic design. Here you can see the logo that we designed. And we had to create these from scratch. None of this was provided for us by FIRST. We made all of this. And finally, I would like to share with you the culminating video that we made as a team. We shared this with the judges. This was optional. We did not have to do this, but we did it to show our game design working. And here it is.
Welcome to the 2021 FIRST Robotics Competition and this year's game, Firefighter Frenzy. Fires have broken out across FIRST City. Each department of 3 teams must work to rescue valuables from houses, score water cells to put out the flames, and scale the fire truck's ladder. Robots start positioned next to the fire truck and may be preloaded with up to 2 water cells. For the first 15 seconds of the match, robots must work autonomously to move out of the start area, move valuables to the rescue zone, and score water cells into either the lower or middle windows. To prevent valuables from being damaged, the high window is locked. If robots move 2 valuables to the rescue zone during autonomous, they are saved from potential water damage, and the high window will become available for scoring at the beginning of the teleoperated period. Firefighters then control their robots for 2 minutes and 45 seconds of teleoperated time. Robots can collect water cells at their department's lake and at the human player's fire hydrant to be scored into the available windows. Robots continue to work to remove valuables from under their houses and drag them to the rescue zone. If departments move 2 valuables or after 1 minute of teleoperated time, the high window will be unlocked. Near the end of the match, robots race to their end of the fire truck to leave the scene. The department that has best protected their house when the timer reaches 0 wins the match. Can you beat the heat in Firefighter Frenzy?
So that was the video. Everything you saw in there was designed by us, made by us, and animated by our team. And so as a team, we won the Creativity Award for what you just saw, showing excellence in creativity. And yeah, thank you so much for your time.
That's the end of that presentation, I believe. Anybody want to make a comment? I would start with Mary, but she's not here yet. Ms. Walker-Schuman, any comments about the presentation?
Sure. what an incredibly challenging environment for you all to work in this year. It's really a testament to your perseverance and fortitude that you were able to do this remotely and rise to the occasion and still participate and create such an incredible product for your competitions. So bravo on the ingenuity and getting it together and doing the best that you can with a difficult situation. Excellent leadership and participation by all involved.
Ms. Dr. Stern.
I was really very impressed, and what I love to see is how many different layers of school and different subjects went all together for you guys that you had to tap into to pull this off. So I can think of many, I mean, not just science, but there's math. I'm sure there was writing involved. There was a lot of computing and programming, collaboration together, artistic design, and it just seems like it really tapped into so many different academic areas, and you guys pull it off with great ease. So bravo.
Mr. Margot.
No, I'll just echo my colleagues' comments. You guys did a fabulous job. Congratulations on a successful and year of overcoming obstacles.
I would also like to just compliment the team on everything they did, and it's really amazing, and I would only echo everything that's been said before I spoke. So again, congratulations. You do us proud, and it really makes us feel good that we come home with some accolades. And I saw a couple names of former students that I had, and I want to wish them well, congratulate them, and thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Okay. I believe we're going to move on to a technology update now, if I'm on correctly. Dr. Brege, I think you want to introduce Mr. D'Amico. Huh? Oh, is it 8A? Staff presentations? Is there something?
We normally do. Let's go into
Huh?
let's do the public comment before.
Okay, all right, you want to do the public comments first? Okay. All right, we're going to make a little bit of a switch here. We're going to do the public comments first. And I have several people who want to speak. I will call them, and if you call your name, please unmute yourself. And you have 3 minutes to speak, and I'll start with Gina Tour. I hope I say your name right. Gina, are you there?
Yeah. Give me a second. Sorry. Hello. So I'll start my little snippet. Hello, board members. My name is Gina Tor, and I'm a freshman at the Beverly Hills High School. I come to you today to raise attention regarding the issue of the robotics woodshop. During my time at the high school, I have learned the value and importance of the woodshop. The woodshop is where we learn the fundamentals that take place, as well as the preparation that takes part before and during our competitions. Yet I haven't even had the opportunity to take part due to the way the workshop stands at the moment. At the beginning of the year, we were told that that when we returned, the renovations would be completed. But here we stand with only a few weeks left before school ends. We're not even an inch of progress has been made. Thank you for your time, and please consider the needs of our award-winning robotics team.
Thank you. Eli Raymer.
Yes. Thank you. I'm back. So thank you for listening to the presentation, and now on to my public comment. Hello, board members. Again, as you heard before, I'm Eli Raymer, a junior, and on the leadership team of the Mortork Robotics team. I'm here today, like many of my teammates and team supporters, to talk about the importance of beginning the renovations on our woodshop. The woodshop is truly an essential space for the robotics team. Without it, we would not have a place to design and build our robot. But how can such a space be used to the fullest extent if certain aspects of it are not up to par? One issue we ran into last year was during heavy rains, water would leak in and flood parts of our shop, making them unusable. Although it was mended, it took much longer than it should have. And now we've run into a similar problem. While funds and designs have been approved for the renovations, nothing has even begun. The initial timeline said that it would be done by now, but as I said, nothing has started. This leaves our award-winning team in a tough spot. We've already lost a year to COVID. We can't afford to lose another. If we have no woodshop to return to next year, then we will truly be in bad shape for the competition season, as the newer members will not have been trained in the proper safety procedures, and thus we would have to start essentially from square one. I've heard excuses like COVID has made it so that work could not be started. If anything, COVID has provided an opportunity to get even more work done, as we have seen with the completion of the B2 renovations, as well as the nearing end to the swim gym renovations. That is why I'm asking you to please get the promised renovations started as soon as possible so that one of our school's most acclaimed teams can continue to live up to the reputation it's forged. Thank you.
Thank you, Eli. Daniel Salton.
Board members, my name is Daniel Zolgan, an incoming freshman at the high school. I sit here today to bring attention to the issue of the robotics workshop. I have been on the Mortor team for a year now, and have experienced this competition season, which was essentially due to a lost year due to the pandemic. While yes, there was a competition, it was completely virtual, so the many new members of the team are lacking experience. They have never worked on the actual robot, and they have never done the true safety procedures and preparation that we would do if we had a wood shop to go back to. If we had a workshop to come back to at hybrid learning, we could deepen our understanding of robotics as a whole and each of the things that we could do. Build could proceed with tool training and then possibly even work more on the robot to keep on improving on what we did last year. My group, the programmers, could actually work with a robot and see how code works not in a virtual simulation, but in the real environment. The lack of a workshop leads us underprepared and struggling to get the proper education we need to stay competitive going to the next year and the next season of First Robotics competition. Board members, I appeal to you. Please make the renovation of the robotics workshop a priority. Our team cannot let another year be lost after already using this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Katz.
Hello, esteemed board members. My name is Eli Katz. I am a current senior at Beverly Hills High School, and I'm also the president of our robotics team. As a senior and the president, I can't emphasize enough how much our team's success depends on the existence of the shop. We have been very lucky and fortunate to win the awards we did at competition this year, but with access to a newly renovated shop, I guarantee we could have earned more. Over the years, I've realized the shop is the heart of the team. Without it, we wouldn't be able to give the students hands-on training with tools, machines, and more importantly, the robot. It's where we hang our banners, place our awards, where we showcase the incredible work and achievement of the teams past and present. We need the shop renovated in order to help make up for online learning. We've had students who've never held drills, prototyped, or worked hands-on with electronics. And in order for our team to succeed in the future and make up for the time lost for COVID, we need a place to work effectively. I understand that COVID has posed many challenges that no one can anticipate, but I want the team to go back next year to a shop that they can use. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eli. Brian Chang.
Board members, my name is Brian Chang and I'm a junior at BHUSD. And of course, I'm here today to talk about the unrenovated woodshop. So the woodshop is very important to all stages of our robotics year. First, in preseason at the beginning of the year, we need to prepare the new students by training them in the woodshop. This includes rigorous tool training and precision training, which is extremely crucial to the success of our team in FRC competitions. Also, of course, the woodshop is very important during build season because that's where we build the robot. We use all of the machines in the woodshop in the process of building the robot, and we need the woodshop to collaborate with each other in the process of building it. Without the woodshop, we would be unable to complete our robot and win the awards that we have been winning for the past years. Also, the absence of the woodshop has affected me personally because as the CAD specialist, I teach the new students how to use CAD or computer-aided design. Without a woodshop, it's been very difficult to effectively teach the students and help them with issues. And just in general, the woodshop is so important to all aspects of a robotics engineering team. And so thank you for listening, and please consider devoting some thought to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Max Carden.
Hello there, members of the board. I am Max Carden, a current 9th grader at BHUSD. I'm here today to bring your attention to the issue of the robotics woodshop. Our wood shop was promised to be renovated, but to no avail. The work on the shop has not even started. I ask you here today to start the renovation of our wood shop. You may say okay, which was originally intended to be a shortening of all correct. All correct is thought to be a humorous misspelling of all correct, according to Alan Metcalf in 1839. Okay became more popular, and Boston Evening Transcripts, New York Evening Tatler, and Philadelphia Gazette are just some of the many newspapers that started using okay. We don't just need an okay on this renovation, we need a yes. Yes is much less interesting than okay, and derives from Old English gees, which means so be it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Evan. Tim Ellis.
Good evening, President Marcus and the board. I just want to take a couple minutes to, I'm going to take this off if that's okay. I just want to highlight some of the things that have gone on athletically. It's been a weird year, but we have a lot of things athletically are going on. There's some great things that are going on in the athletic department. So I just wanted to highlight the things that have gone on there. First of all, the boys soccer team was second in the Ocean League this year. They lost a tough second round match to Desert Hot Springs, and want to congratulate Coach Rodrigo Denoza for doing a great job. Our girls soccer team was Ocean League champions this year. They were 10-0, undefeated. They lost to the eventual CIF champion, Martin Luther King, in the first round of the CIF playoffs, and want to congratulate Coach Ryan Franks. Boys basketball team was Ocean League champions and will open the CIF playoffs against Windward tomorrow at 7:30. The Normals will be on live TV on KDOC tomorrow night at 7:30. Congratulations to Coach Jarvis Turner. The girls basketball team was second in the Ocean League this year. They will open the CIF playoffs Thursday against the Royal High School and have done an outstanding job, and want to congratulate Coach John Brattle. Wrestling team is wrestling today against Tesoro High School in the first round of the CIF playoffs. Tesoro High School is located in South Orange County, and the dual wrestling match, the dual wrestling team finals. So I want to say congratulations to Coach Ryan Fainich for his good job. The baseball team will be the Ocean League champions this week and will open up CIF playoffs next week. I want to congratulate Coach Greg Riesenberg on a great job. Softball team is battling for a league title, and they will open up in the CIF playoffs next week. I want to congratulate Coach Vonzie Paysinger. And last but not least, our girls tennis team won the CIF Division IV championship last Friday, defeating Flint Ridge Prep at the Tennis Center in Arcadia. They actually won 6 straight matches to claim the crown. It's the first time since 2012 we have won a CIF championship in tennis. And I would like to congratulate our coaching staff, brand new this year, Coach Raleigh Alameda, Gazzy Jordan, and Ryan Kefagnia. So it's been and it's still an exciting time for BHHS athletics. There's a lot going on and a lot more still to come. So I want to congratulate all the coaches and all of our athletes who worked so hard to get where they are and the great job that they've done. Thank you for allowing me this time.
Thank you. Thank you. And last but not least, Gary Brown. Before you start, is this a Gary Brown who used to go to school at Horace Mann, or?
Pardon me?
Did you used to go to school at Horace Mann?
No, I did not. The school board of BHUSD is expected to honor its commitment by following through on multiple assurances. Having 4 times postponed completion of the robotics shop repairs, it is shameful and inexcusable that the welfare of students is negligently disregarded. There is a contractor waiting to commence the repair work to rectify the hazardous flooding issue. Excuses that the pandemic has prevented work from being started are ludicrous. If anything, it would expedite completion of the necessary repair. An example must be set for our children that a commitment is a promise to be honored. The failure to follow through on your assurance of completion dates sets an example that honor and integrity are inconsequential, that a nonchalant adherence to a contract is acceptable. If your home flooded every time it rained and the contractor you hired to make repairs didn't show, Would you shrug it off and tell them to stop by whenever it's convenient? Treat the students of robotics at Beverly Hills High School with respect, as you expect professionals to demonstrate. An award-winning group of students deserve a safe work environment and the proper tools to excel. Money has been allocated. Please be responsible adults and do your jobs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Brady, you want to make a comment?
I just want to make a quick comment, and I do appreciate all of the public comments this evening. And it's heartbreaking to hear how much you've been struggling in this area, despite the successes that you have provided for each other and for our school district. So I'm very pleased to hear about that. I did check into the redesign, and I just want to make a couple of things clear. I do think that it is important for people to realize that there are different groups of people that are actually completing the work. So I think it's a bit harsh to say excuses. You certainly should have been provided with this redesign. The money is there. This COVID period has completely just transformed our district when it comes to the staffing that is available. I know that there was a comparison to the work that's being done in our construction area, which is fantastic that that's moving along so quickly. That is performed by a completely different company, ProWest, as our builders. So that is just a different organization. The swim gym, again, that's being handled by outside contractors. So this redesign work is being taken care of by our M&O department, who has been completely displaced this summer, trying to get ready for in-person learning. So while we do take that responsibility on the school district to have that up and running for you, I know that the redesign has been approved. It's just waiting the work. I have conferred with the team that this work will be done by the first day of school. But I do want to just make the distinction that this is a group of people that is internal in our school district that's doing this work. And we have completely changed their jobs over this last pandemic. So I just want to make that clarification. It's very important for us to get this work done. I'm involved in this work now, and this has been shared with me. And I, along with Mr. Mead, will make sure that this is done before the first day of school to your satisfaction. So thank you.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Why do we call it the wood shop room? Why don't we call it the robot shop room?
They could.
We used to actually have wood shop here.
But they don't anymore, and so now it's a robot shop. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. We appreciate all of them.
President Marcus, did Mr. Katz, I see him on the list and I see him on the screen. I don't know if he still wanted to address the board.
Did I skip him?
No, Evan Katz, he's holding up a sign.
I'm so sorry. Pardon me. Mr. Katz.
Am I speaking?
Yes.
You know, at this point, after everybody spoke and the kids spoke and other parents spoke and the doctor spoke, I'm not going to say anything else. Just want to urge people to please get the robotics workshop done. Thank you.
I'm glad you called it the
Peace out.
Robotics. Okay, thank you so much. I'm so sorry about that, Thank you for that, Mr. Margot. I did. Okay, we now have a presentation on the Dr. D'Amico.
Mr. D'Amico.
Mr. D'Amico, you're welcome. I just made you a doctor.
That was nice, but I haven't earned it. Okay. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Good evening, President Marcus, Dr. Breggy, and members of the board. I have 3 objectives for this evening's presentation. First, to recap what has been accomplished with funds measures E and measures BH in the areas of modernization, reconfiguration, and one-to-one. 2, to present a multi-year overview of the technology projects through 2024-2025. And 3, to share the 2021 technology operational budgets and functional organization chart with you. So using the BHUSD CBOC report dated 4/15/21, I've identified expenditures related to technology and telecommunications. I want to note that this is a look back at projects already completed using Measure E funds that included modernization and new construction costs. I'm not going to review the details on these 2 slides as I provided them mainly for reference. What I wanted to highlight for the board this evening is that the Measure E helped pay for needed infrastructure such as telecommunications upgrades, cabling, project consulting, and networking. Without these investments, our infrastructure would not have been adequate to support the district's wireless and telecommunications needs or the one-to-one implementation. The total funds expended for Measure E on these projects is about $9 million. I know we've talked about this, I know you've talked with me about bond expenditures before, so I just thought it would be helpful for you to see kind of in a snapshot or a couple of snapshots what came out of Measure E prior to BH. Here you have a snapshot of Measure BH 2020-2021 estimated project commitments and expenditures. This is from the same BHUSD CBOC report dated 4/15/21. I would draw your attention to lines 18 and 22 on these tables. These 2 lines combined are $13.6 million, which were budgeted for technology. So in that list there, from that report, though, if you added those 2 lines together, you get about $13.6 million, and that's what we have in the technology budget for bond-related expenses. So one-to-one, some infrastructure, and other things I'll talk about in the presentation. This slide provides a more detailed explanation of actual technology fund expenditures in this fiscal year. The total expenditures are $1.6 million for Measure BH, $957,000 and some change of which was spent on the district-wide technology such as fiber replacement at Hawthorne, Beverly Hills High School, this building in Beverly Hills High School, the middle school, Beverly Hills Middle School, and the KBEV refresh. And $424,000 and some change was spent on ViewSonics for the high school, STC, Building A, and Village classrooms. And student devices at the high school and staff devices district-wide were also in that expenditure. Here you see that there are still projects to be completed in this fiscal year. These items will use IT General Fund or Technology General Fund monies or COVID funds. And, Mr. Margot, you had asked me a few meetings ago to kind of talk about what other funds we might use for some of these projects. And so some of the projects remaining this year will come out of funds other than the Measure BH monies, and they're listed here. So this slide shows what we expect to spend on student devices, staff devices, infrastructure, labs and libraries, the Horace Mann Theater, and classroom technologies each year through 2024-25. And I just want to highlight that these are estimated based on projections. I feel pretty good about these numbers, but you know, they're still estimates. The total estimated cost for all of this through 24-25, you can see at the bottom right, is $5.6 million. And what this means is that we would still have approximately a little more than $5 million for Measure BH to continue supporting district-wide technology and one-to-one refreshes beyond the 24-25 school year, which is really good news. Also note that there's kind of a footnote on this slide that says that we're expected to receive $594,520 in E-rate funding between July 1, 2022 and July 30, 2026, which means we're eligible for rebates on Category 2 expenditures. And Category 2 expenditures are network equipment, wireless access points, things that help make our internet faster and more accessible to students and staff. And this is going to be really important as we prepare to go out for bids on technology items in buildings B3 and B4 at the high school and El Rodeo. This slide I wanted you to see, and I know these are small, I'm sorry. I wanted you to see our annual operating budget. There's been again, you've asked for some information about our budgets and how we operate. One of the things that I wanted to do when I got to Beverly Hills was make sure that you saw everything that really we're doing in technology, that you had an opportunity to see them at least on consent if they're renewals, and as business items or technology items, separate items, action items, if they're new contracts. So what I want you to kind of see on this slide is the bottom right corner. So for the 21-22 school year, our technology operating budget for contracts, basically everything from our Google admin to what we pay for some of our filtering, to what we pay for our website, all of the things that help make the technology work. Aries, Parent Square, all of those things are in these lines, and our budget for that is $354,500. In addition to that, we have some expenses that are kind of what I would call overhead expenses, consultancy services, internet service. And what I want you to note there is that if we didn't have E-rate, our internet bill would be about $67,000 a year. With E-rate, and with the discount that we get through E-rate and CalNet, it's about $22,000 a year. So when people kind of struggle with why do we filter and why do we kind of put controls on things besides security, this is the reason, because we don't want to lose that funding. We don't want to lose that discount. So here I wanted you to see that there's that we have some expenses also budgeted for next year that we'll use COVID monies for. Wade has asked all the departments to, Mr. Roach has asked all the departments to submit budgets for how they might use COVID funding to support some of the effort. As long as it's eligible in one of the various categories. And so this is what we've identified as as kind of the list of things that we could use COVID funding for with estimated costs. Finally, there's kind of a functional organizational chart that I wanted you to see to just show you how our technology department supports the district's technology needs. You can see we have technology specialists at each site with 2 at the high school. We have an additional technology specialist assigned to the district office to support district operations and various department needs. We have 1 network administrator. I kind of think of him as, I'm sort of a old Star Trek fan, kind of Scotty in the engine room. He has an accent. It's not quite Scottish, but it's close. And he's amazing. Our SIS administrator, our student information system administrator, takes care of CalPads and Aries with other needs such as Clever integration. And finally, we have service level agreements to support activities like our Tier 2, 3 network troubleshooting, E-rate consulting, security, and telecommunications. And I have to tell you that one of the true pleasures of working for Beverly Hills, there are many, but one of the true pleasures of working for Beverly Hills, from my point of view, is I have an amazing team. They are amazing. I'm kind of emotional about that because they just have been I can't even. Anyway, I won't get emotional. So, well, I will, but I'll try to contain it. I hope this presentation, I don't want to take Craig's place in the universe of emotional speaking. So, I hope this presentation has been helpful to you. I'm pleased to answer any questions the board may have at this time, and thank you for your time and attention this evening.
Thank you so much, David. That was an amazing presentation. I'm going to start, since Mary has not come, I will spring to you, Tristan Walker-Schumann.
My microphone on. I know the green light, red light thing. Can you hear me? It seems like it's working now. Just for the record, my light is red. Tech folks, just FYI. As I said towards the robotics team, I'm going to echo the same thing to you. I can't imagine a single department that actually has been more impacted by the pandemic than the information technology department. I think the way that you guys were able to respond during the pandemic to make sure that everyone had devices to troubleshoot access, to make sure all of the programs we're running. I mean, the myriad challenges that presents just cannot be really well communicated in words, well articulated. And I love that you get emotional talking about your team, because that's what we're all here for, is for building that kind of team that can have that kind of collegial collaborative environment and really produce results like what we saw this year. So all of the numbers are great, and I appreciate the budget and particularly how it's reflected in broken down between Measure E and Measure BH, and that there's reserves for the refresh at 5 and 10 years, as we've talked about down the road. But really, what I really want to say is just tremendous job in leading us through an incredibly difficult time, and thank you to your entire department for supporting our students and staff in such a remarkable way.
Thanks.
Well, I just want to echo everything that Mrs. Walker-Schumann said. I'm not technology gifted, as you know. It's not a secret. But you have made me feel so comfortable being in the position you're in that I have no doubt when I ask questions or whatever that I'm getting answers that I can understand, number one, but that they're so honest. And so for that, I'm truly grateful.
Thank you.
And ever since you come into the Beverly Hills School District, I have always had nothing but the highest regard for what you do and how quickly how much you know and everything else. You've just made so many great improvements, and you are just is amazing. And of course, it doesn't hurt that I get home and home service when I get something wrong at my computer. So for that, I am very grateful. And again, I have one question. All of those jobs that you listed at the end,
Yes.
they are all presently filled with people
They
in
are.
the district. We don't need to go out and search for anybody. And that's what I feel is so fantastic, that people are really happy to work with you and stay in the district, and we don't have a big turnover. So thank you for that. And I will now turn it over to you, Dr. Stern.
I think one thing that many of us fail to realize is a lot of the work you do, a lot of technology, is stuff that we can't see. I mean, it is really, it's not the basketball court, it's not the new, seating in an auditorium, but it's the backbone of the entire district, more and more as we embrace technology and virtual means and things like that. And so I think that it really is important to hear all the great work that you've done, and also to recognize that to the uninitiated, it is not something that we see readily, and it's millions of dollars, but it's money well spent. But as it's not, readily visible, it is something that we just have to recognize is there. And when it goes wrong, we will all know about it, and we do know about it, and you know about it.
We know about it too. Yes.
So thank you for the hard work.
Mr. Margot.
Thank you. Okay, enough niceties, David.
Yeah, go ahead.
The chart on slide 4, you talked about the 13.6 million expenditures from the BH.
The 13.6 million on those two lines, line 18 and line 22, right, which are specifically about the technology.
Right. I want to clarify something, because the slide says 2021, but that's not what we spent in 2021. That's as of this year. This is the money allocated, correct? From the bond?
Yes, so that the whole 16 million or 13 million is the money we have to take us out into this 4-year plan, and then the out years, right? What we had sort of earmarked for this year, out of that was $2.5 million.
Thank you. I wanted just clarification for
Thank
the
you.
community, because of the title of this particular
Yep.
slide makes it look like it was 13.6 in 1 year.
Thank you.
So it's 2.5 from this amount so far. More to come as you projected. And then my other question was on slide 5, the expenditures on slide 5, which is a total about 1.7. I'm looking at.
Yes.
Are those committed or are those spent?
So these expenditures are spent.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, terrific. And outside of that, wonderful job you and your crew are doing. Just
Thank you.
to join my colleagues.
Thank you very
but I won't harp on
Thank you, Mr. Margot. Anybody else? Dr. Briggy? Okay, thank you so much. We really appreciate all you do. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we have now reached, I need an approval for the consent calendar. Is there anybody want to pull anything on the consent calendar?
I'll move approval of the consent calendar minus item 10C.
10, which one?
10C.
C?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion on, so we're gonna vote on everything but 10C. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Vote is 4-0, please note. Okay, I need a motion for the approval of the 10C item.
I'll make a motion for the approval of the Expanded Learning Opportunities, the ELO grant plan.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Walker-Schuman. Okay, Mr. Margot made the motion.
Yeah, I pulled this item. I just had a question for staff on this. Dr. Berge, should I address this to you, or do you want to turn this to somebody else and give them a moment so they don't have to rush to the podium?
Go ahead and ask.
I will, and then we will just we will embarrass somebody. Got it. Okay, I'm all for that. On page 2, when it discuss the part of the plan to provide the supplemental instruction and support, it says the qualifying students would be ones that failed 2 consecutive semesters of English and/or math in grades 3 through 8, and will attend summer school to assist reviewing missed educational standards. Is this mandatory?
So we did extend this invitation, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Seaman, but we recommended in a very heavy hand that this was needed, and so I believe we have just about every. I don't know what the exact data was. If you have the exact data of how many people accepted, but it was more than strongly encouraged.
See, I predicted that.
I mean, there was many people, not many people, but some people had outside commitments that restricted them from coming, but with the best intentions, the invitation was given.
So thank you for that answer. Do you want to follow up before I ask my next question?
Totally. So at the middle school, we have 66 students that we are requiring to take the mandatory summer school opportunity because they failed 2 consecutive semesters, meaning F and F in either ELA or math. So it could be ELA and or math.
Grades 5 through 7 or 6 through 8?
6 through 8. For 2 through 5, we identified most of our students weren't scoring about a 1 or a 2 on standards-based grading. We identified those students in other categories such as intervention programs, which you'll actually see within the strategic plan, teacher recommendations, and then also a lot of conversations around parents that wanted summer programs.
Were the for the 6 through 8, were you only targeting students that failed, or did you look at students also from teacher recommendations, students who got D's or below C's that teachers thought could benefit from the program?
Absolutely. We worked with all the assistant principals, school counselors, and even the case managers. And so that's how we comprised the list and sent some invitations, some required attendance letters. So the letters kind of varied. But also there were a couple of parents that also had reached out to me directly to ask for opportunities, and we also included those students as well.
Okay.
Because the format isn't really just only around review of previous information that was instructed. We also want to start to introduce to the next level, predominantly in that 6th, 7th, and 8th grade band, because we want them to feel confident about school again and prepared.
And that's great. And it's always been something stuck in my craw here about just targeting students with failing grades as opposed to students who are just overall weak, which may not be indicated by a quote unquote F on the report card. So I wanted to make sure that the program reached out to a wide swath of students who could be made stronger academically through this opportunity while we have the funding available, and to not allow kids to fall through the cracks as we so often do, because we get so addicted to the data and looking at numbers and let's just look at the grades or the numbers, but not look at holistically at the student and say, hey, maybe they squeak by with a C- or a D+, they really should be in this program. Okay, because we don't want our kids to squeak by. That's not success. That's just getting through it. So if that's how the students were chosen, that gives me reassurance. So thank you, Mr. Seaman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any of them? Okay. Call for the motion. All those in favor of item 10C?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Okay, Dr. Breggy, it's your turn.
Great. And I'm so excited to be able to welcome some members in our audience that are part of our leadership team who have put in considerable amount of work since we began working on our strategic plan. In fact, we did a lot of research before we started our strategic plan, and we checked many archives, and we were not able to find the last time our district signed on to and committed to a strategic plan. So we were very excited to take on that responsibility. And this evening, when we come up to talk about our sections, if you could just please introduce yourself for the board and also the community at home. We're just excited to share this information with you. So let me share my screen. And hopefully everyone can see that. You know, you've heard tonight many times just talking about the pandemic and how difficult that has been on all of us. And I think that while a lot of organizations don't take on a strategic plan, it's because it's a considerable amount of work and it's on top of what you're already doing. Many of the people that you're going to see tonight, in the number of days that they work per their contract, so to speak, with the district, have already used up all of their days. And, you know, technically, they keep coming and they keep pushing because we've been working so hard during the pandemic. So, you know, to place this responsibility on top of everything else we've been doing with the pandemic, I can't thank this team enough. So, you know, I also get very emotional about this team. Hiring most of the people that are on this team and the work that we've been doing. And I think that tonight you're going to be able to see the amount of progress that we've made as a school district despite the pandemic and making teaching and learning a priority in our school district. As you can see, it's kind of just an interesting note here when you look at the date that the board adopted our plan. It's September 8th. You know, if you think back to that date, September 8th, 2020, you know, we were still in a place where we were thinking we were going to be coming back to school for in-person learning. And we still made the decision, and we are excited that the board supported our work despite not knowing when we would be returning to in-person learning. So you're going to see tonight a lot of work and a lot of progress that's been happening in so many different areas in our school district. The information, this is all on our strategic plan. Our schools have done a great job of working with their staff, sharing and getting input on this plan. And you're going to see a lot of the action plans this evening. And you're going to see that some will need to be amended and revised and changed, and that would be under any circumstance, not just because it's a pandemic. This is a very flexible, breathable, it's a real document showing progress in areas where revision is needed. That happens no matter what. I also want to point out too, as we are presenting to you, these are like end of the year progress reports that we're really not even at a year because, as you can see, the date was September 8th. So we're really not even at that year mark, but we do think it's important at the end of the school year to give you that progress update. You'll also know that when some of the information and some of the data tonight that is talked about will also be released because we did alignment with our LCAP, also with our student achievement plans, our school plans, and then also with our budget as well. So this has been a true success in that type of alignment and that type of focus. It's all built around our district core values. And I would challenge anybody in our school district to look at these core values and not immediately be able to see how students, parents, staff, the community have lived up to all of these core values during this pandemic. And our priorities, they're like pillars of success, and they do help focus, and they help align us. We've really looked at these 3 priorities: the student success in our district and making that a priority, our budget and facilities, knowing that we don't have endless dollars, but we do have many upgrades and deferred maintenance and construction that's happening in our school district. And then finally, our community relations, because this is an important piece for culture and connectedness in our community. And we believe that the work that we're doing today, the work that we've been doing even in our pandemic, have all centered and circled around our strong community relations. And so we're going to start our presentation with Mr. Seaman on student growth.
Good evening, everyone. Over the next 2 goals, goal 1 and goal 2, I kind of actually want to talk about them interchangeably, because you can't have professional development without analyzing the student growth. And that's part of what our goal number 2 around professional development does address, is how are we utilizing student data to effectively increase our capacity of our teachers, but also to change the instructional direction of the way that we're delivering curriculum. So ultimately, you see here that we talk about in the goal 1 about a year's growth with students. And we did separate each year a primary focus, so math and then English next year, social studies and then science. But really, we know in educational world, we cannot talk about education in isolation, such as we're only going to sit in a professional development opportunity and discuss math. So all 4 of those content areas were definitely discussed throughout the school year, even regardless of the pandemic. One of the things that was an Achilles heel just up front is because of the pandemic, we do not have those 2020 data points from the CASP exam. Obviously, that is one of kind of that almost pre-starting point where we're able to analyze that data over the summer and then be able to share that with our staff, as early as August, I think this year it's August 12th, it'll be August 12th, to be able to start setting the groundwork of where were their deficits from our previous class, and then also as you're receiving students, what were their deficits from the previous year to be able to try to meet where that student is.
Let's do this. Let's make a change, because
I would have clicked
because otherwise we'll be back and forth. So.
Or you?
Yeah.
So you're already in there, but let me share.
I'll stop and you guys can start that. That'll be smoother.
Okay, that's technology. Which one is it, Dustin? Is it that one? I can. That's all right. I can pull that one up. Just go to strategic plan. Let me go to view, present. Is this where you were?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
In each of the goals too within the strategic plan, you'll also see the actions. And what I always like to think about through the lens of that action should really be a question, right? So when we go into the student growth itself, you'll see that we're able to take that goal 1 and not only divide it amongst all the populations in which reside within our school district that we want to spend a lot of attention on, but then 2, can we with each of those groups answer those questions, right? So for action 1, students will be able to show they have a clear understanding of stated learning targets for math. Now go through that whole laundry list on the left-hand side. And that's what we've been doing throughout the whole school year of trying to say, does our students, or are they able to pull that off? And if not, what do we as the adults need to do? And so that's where that goal 2 steps in with that goal 1. And so you're going to hear in just a couple of minutes from Mr. Allen and Mr. DeCotrell on that whole goal 2 situation. But in goal 1, we want to also dive into that data. So what's the most important piece is, how are we still assessing? Regardless of pandemic, I may be one of the few people in the world that was super excited that we still got to deliver the CASP exam. So because I need that starting point, right? We need to be able to see where is the areas of growth, but also the areas of strength of each of our students, whether we're placing them into honors or we need to get them into an intervention program. So even during the pandemic, we were still able to implement the PSAT, SAT, IABs, which is I'm going to call them the little brother or little sister of the CASP. It is literally the interim assessment blocks or the practice assessments. So we were able to require all of our 3rd through 8th grade and even our 11th grade staff to start proctoring the IABs for all of our students to better prepare them for the CASP exam. And then obviously the STAR 360, which most of us have heard about or our students have either complained about, but that's that progress monitoring, that opportunity to give us that formative data, which we've been using as a pulse throughout this whole period to determine, can we move students into intervention quicker or later? So I'm going to click through quickly. The intervention process is the next piece of that student goal, is when we've identified if students weren't meeting where we needed them to meet, what were we doing as an administration and as a BHUSD community? And here are some of the things that I want to kind of just highlight quickly. Obviously, Mr. Margot had just brought up the mandatory summer school program. In addition, we were able to, through the Board of Education Support, create the Learning Lab at the high school, where just this semester, instead of allowing students that were failing in math to continue to fail and then wait to hopefully take during summer school and then jump in, we were able to get them in live time. We found out that they were failing during first semester and implemented and enrolled them into the Learning Lab during second semester to get it where it was right then and there and meet the student where they needed the help. In addition, you'll see co-taught courses, collaboration with Ed Services and Student Services to be able to grant students access to higher level coursework. Air tutors is another thing that the Board of Education has assisted us in. 74 students have been able to increase grades and engagement, both EL students and Title I students. And then Learning Lab, we even extend that all the way down into the middle school and the elementary. And again, you can see the numbers there. For elementary, we identified 184 students throughout the school year at both campuses. And already we've experienced 108 of them being able to assess their way out of that intervention program. And at BVMS, we still have 52 sitting in this second semester, outside of the fact of our EL program. But when I kind of jumped into Goal 1 first, I mentioned how we hope to demonstrate the marriage between Goal 1 and Goal 2 and why this data does impact our next. And I'm going to hand it over to Craig to be able to walk us through how does that Goal 1 and Goal 2 actually meet.
Hi everyone, Craig Bugby, principal at Horace Mann Elementary School. Thank you very much. We are here to talk about tonight how Goals 1 and Goals 2 overlap. I'm going to give a brief summary of how we got to where we are, and where we're going. So how we got to where we are is at the beginning of the year, we offer assessments in ELA and math with STAR Reading and STAR Math. After we administer those assessments, we hold data chats, which are meetings involving classroom teachers, Title I teachers, ELD teachers, school counselor, and administration. All kinds of people there, because when we have these meetings, we're not just focused on the academics, because as we all know, there's more to everyone's story than just where they're performing academically. We talk about assessment data, student achievement and growth, and identification of programs by cut points, which Ms. Caber will discuss momentarily. And we then offer common planning times for grade levels, because as teachers know, time is our enemy in school, and the more time we give teachers to work together, the better they perform. Okay, where we are right now, common instructional time. That is something that makes the most efficient use of time. Think back to a time when, as a classroom teacher, you had 2 kids pulled out for ELD, you had 3 kids pulled out for Title I, you had 4 kids pulled out for RSP. Now, during that common instructional time, all of those kids, or most of them in a perfect world, are pulled out at the exact same time, so it impacts the instructional program less, and every student is getting exactly what they need at that time. We also, of course, hold our IEPs, we have special ed team meetings, and as I said, the data chats. Where we're going is during that data chat time, as Mr. Seaman mentioned, is when we realize where our strengths and where our areas for growth are. So we look at the PD plan that we developed for this year. It was put on hold a bit as we took more of a focus into the ed tech to get the kids and teachers ready. So what we will be looking at more closely is the Common Core state standards, depth of knowledge or DOK of those particular standards, how to differentiate those standards based on the DOK level, and taking it either down a notch or bringing it up a couple of notches. We're also working on learning targets, goals, and objectives, and taking a closer look at the assessments that we do offer, because the question is always, are we getting all of the information that we need? Are we getting the whole picture? And on that note, Mrs. Kaber.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us in person. It's nice to be here. I'm Sarah Kaber. I'm the principal at Hawthorne School. And you might not know this, but I like to get into the weeds a bit. And Mr. Seaman tries to pull me out. He's kind of afraid I'm going to teach a math lesson up here. But he did give me an opportunity to actually look at data with you. So this is what I'm going to do. It's a tiny piece. The first thing is a cut score. For those of you that don't know, is a normed test. It's a score that 50% of the students, if they get that score or higher, they will be on grade level and hit grade level without any intervention. So we're looking at that score and below. So if you can see closely, there does say cut score on some of them. This is a glimpse of 5th grade math only STAR 360 Renaissance assessments. The green pieces are the students that we identified in the very first group. And you'll notice, like, if you're looking deep into the data, there's a 702, even though their cut score was 634. And that's based on intervention that happened last year. We said, oh, this student needed intervention from the last few years of math, and we'd like to keep that student in, even though their cut score, they were above the cut score on their very first assessment. And there's some students in white below. There's a 599, I believe. I can't really see. And those students were saying, like, oh, because we have common instructional time, they actually need to have different intervention during that time that's benefiting them more. And so then when we assessed again in October, we assessed with the same assessment 5 times during the school year. Well, 4 so far, and we have a 5th coming in the next 2 weeks. You'll see that, like, the students that are in yellow, we exited out, and the students that are in blue, we picked up for an October round. So 2 students we kept, and we were sort of right about that student in 702. She dropped, like, enough to be part of that. And then one of the things that we added this year, instead of just looking at numbers, we also actually looked at, like, the percentage change. So that helped us to understand the data of, like, how much growth that there was and how much loss there was. And we could actually analyze that students that were in Learning Lab in math actually grew and had more growth in that 6-week time than the general 5th grade. And then the next time we did it was December, and you'll see that the students that are in yellow again were exited, and the new students that were picked up were in red, and their percentage change goes over. So this is like a tiny, weedy moment that I get to talk about what we're actually doing with the data and, like, looking at students and what we're doing as we have all of us together to determine who really needs the support and showing that in other ways.
Sorry, Dr. Breggy, can I ask Ms. Kaber a quick question before we leave this, because it's because it's in the weeds.
Because it's weedy.
Yeah.
Come
It's weedy.
join me.
Weedy deedy. Ms. Kaber, the outliers on here, where you have a student, and I assume these are individual students, correct, and following the path. So the outlier where you have one student that was up, I think it's the 6 or 7 student down, up 32.37%. And then the next change was down 2.54%.
Yeah.
So when you notice something like that, where do you sit as a team on a student?
That's a really good question. So STAR 360, we know it's gonna ask, because it's computer adaptive,
right.
The second time you take the test, you're getting it based on how you did the first time. So if you score really high on something, so this student, the second time they took it, was higher, and now they're getting a test there, and they may have dropped down. They didn't drop down enough, so that's what we're looking at, is that where did they start? And then again, we go back to a cut score. Does that student need intervention based on a cut score?
And the material covered on each progressive test from October to December to March it's cumulative, I assume. It's not redoing just the same material from, let's say, the October assessment.
It's because it's this computer adaptive test. It's not matching like what's taught in a classroom. Like, oh, we covered chapters 1 or 2, or we've covered standards, 4, 5, 6. It's based on it's outside of that. It's based on all of the standards and built on it. So it'll tell you that. So right around the 600 marks, that's going to be the 5th grade on track 5th grade assessment. And then if you went to the bottom of this really long spreadsheet, you would see students that are easily in the 900s and in the thousands, and those are students that are understanding 5th grade standards and also are hitting 6th grade standards on that test. So
Okay.
I guess it is cumulative, it's asking the same questions if they're there, the same type of questions.
Well, so each test asks the same type of questions.
If you're in the same group of numbers, right?
Right.
So as
right.
you get higher numbers,
yes,
you're asking.
that's what I wanted to know. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I would like to ask a question
Yes,
if I could.
sorry, I
Okay,
won't-
this represents over here each student,
I can see
right?
where you're looking.
I'm looking at the green right
Yes,
here.
yes.
So you have the STAR test given to them in the beginning of the year, and then you go to the end of the year. Have you talked about the correlation of how with the amount of the lab work that they do, the math lab and everything, and the scores that they get from the beginning to the end? I assume the student who got 599 at the end of the year got a 729. If I'm assuming correct, that's the same student, correct?
Yes, I'm just watching this person. This student, the 599, yes, so 755, and then drops back down to 729, which is still above where she needs to be, and is not coming back into intervention, but could be picked back up into intervention. So there's kids that are on watch.
So that's what I'm trying to point out, is that from the beginning of the year, you're looking at their growth to the end of the year with what you've done in between, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
that's a very important thing to note, that the student gets to see how they've changed during the course of the year,
Absolutely.
and you share that with the students, because I think it's very important for parents to understand what we're doing to improve the students' work in the classroom. So I'm looking at some of the scores, and I'm looking at things like the second student on the list got originally a 702, and then the next time at the end of the year he got a 662. I would wonder about that child and what happened during the course of the year. That's what I'm talking about. I'm more that would be a very big concern of mine if I was teaching the class, that I would be wondering if everybody there was better at the end of the year than they are at the beginning of the year. And that's a concern that I would have.
Absolutely. Can I just finish talking about that a little bit?
Yes.
So that's one of the things that we're looking at, because this is intervention before we're going to a student study team conversation, and maybe we need other intervention. I actually am more interested, if you look at the student that starts at 631. And
That's the fourth student down, right?
Yes, and goes to 599 and goes down. They stop making progress along the way. In March, they've stopped making progress, and so that student is headed toward intervention of some type.
Right.
Maybe a different SST. It also is, I don't have all the information in front of me because it's a specific student, but why didn't we pick them back up? Is that because it's an EL student who needed to spend some more time going to EL at that same time? Is that a student who was even lower in reading and needed to spend some time in reading support? So that is part of what we're sort of managing in all of this, but not forgetting any of.
Okay, and how much of this math test involves language is another issue too, because that's a big issue in terms of whether their math comprehension is, dependent on their ability to read the question. Because, they moved in math to a lot more word problems and figuring things out. So that could have a lot of impact on these scores.
So these tests are set up so that all students can have the questions read to them, and we've removed any time allotment. So they're just like the CASP testing, they don't have a time stamp on them, and they can be read to them out loud.
Well, I'm, as I say, I'm hopeful that this is going to make a difference in the math scores, because as we know, our math scores statewide are not good. So.
Agreed. And I like that you're bringing back exactly what I was talking about at looking at the assessments that we have, because the STAR math does not disaggregate the exact data and the exact Common Core standards, which is why those intervention teachers, the Title I teacher, and the Learning Lab teacher are so important, because they are the ones that give the assessments that disaggregate that specific data. So very important point. I'm glad you picked up on that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I'm sorry we interrupted, but
So ultimately, just to kind of wrap up goal one, we hopefully through that exercise, we've been able to demonstrate some of the conversations that are happening across the district around not just providing assessments, but what does that assessment mean for our students? And then also, how are we starting to create interventions to be able to close those gaps in real time instead of waiting like we've had in the past? Outside of that, there's also a resource need, right? So there's a conversation even tonight where we're going to start talking about the 21 California framework around mathematics. But we know that some of the things that we've done within BHUSD is obviously access to higher level learning. We're offering honors algebra and geometry at BVMS through reconfiguration. Huge plus. We hope to vet out a new Algebra 2 textbook by this summer in play for 21-22. That'll then mean you as a Board of Education have now replaced algebra, geometry, and algebra 2 within the last 3 years with updated and digital capabilities for all three of the first three levels of the math pathway at the high school and even into the middle school. Last but not least, obviously, air tutors, we primary swing at bat. Most of our students, we are looking at ELA and math for recommendations for the air tutors for the support. And principals, myself, Ed Services team was able to work with BHEF on an initiative of bringing in an instructional coach. And you'll see that instructional coach, after the selection process, has a math background by design. That was what we were going out to seek for. But so that ties in that instructional coach into that goal too, the professional learning, which we know if you look at the overall 3-year goal, states things like student performance data. That's what we just demonstrated in the elementary level that they're discussing. High level of instructional strategies and practices. That's what we're trying to move through the professional development. So that being said, what we're going to do is hand it over to Ms. DeGutrell and then Mr. Allen to be able to demonstrate, even regardless of the pandemic, where the majority of, you'll see we spent 1,274 tracked hours of professional development on Zoom throughout the school year. A bulk of that, yes, went directly to teaching, training, and prepping for home learning, right? We had to really get out of the gates fast at the end of the summer, but we still continued and found opportunities to be able to still have these conversations. And I'll hand it over to Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Seaman. Hello, everybody. Pleasure to be here. Members of the board, Dr. Breggy. I'm excited to talk about this. This has been sort of my baby all year, working with teachers on how are we doing professional learning? How are we doing it differently? How are we doing it in a way that is going to allow us to be agile and focused in a very tumultuous year with a lot of change? So we tried to create a PD plan at the high school that would meet the goals of the strategic plan in the areas of both professional learning and student growth. And so we attempted to accomplish that by creating a PD plan consisting of cycles of learning. And so we went with cycles because they're structured in a way that would promote cohesion school-wide, and we're all having a shared experience with best practices, common practices, and it also gives us the opportunity to make sure we are using our PLC time, which is so precious. Time is the enemy, we heard earlier. Using that PLC time really effectively and efficiently. So each cycle, we had 4 cycles throughout the year, and each cycle consists of 6 to 8 parts each. And that allows us to collaborate in depth around a singular focus. And so teachers had the opportunity to go through these steps together around goals that were meaningful to them. Our teachers know what the needs are in their departments, and they know what the needs of their students are. And in this way, they could really customize what they're working on together throughout the year. And so each cycle began by being informed with a presentation from our I4 coaches. So we have our I4 coaches, you can see on the screen. They're also simultaneously implementing the challenge-based coaching model where they're working with individuals on improving their individual practices. And at the same time, we have our department collaboration cycles And those cycles are informed by the content that our I4 coaches are delivering about educational technology. We had so many new amazing tools to help us learn how to do distance learning effectively, how to deliver instruction that was engaging. And so we had a lot of new. So we began each cycle with, what is our new tool? Let's look at it. What are the capabilities? Is this right for us? If so, how would we use it to meet our needs in our department? And then as a group, we would think about how are we going to use this tool in an impactful way? In other words, what are the needs of our students now? And we determined that by looking closely at data. So we looked at assessment data, we looked at student achievement data on standardized tests, on our own diagnostics. We looked at different kinds of data, quantitative, qualitative, combinations of data types, to really get a comprehensive picture of what are we working with. So they had that carved space to look deeply and thoughtfully at different pieces of information. And together came to a determination about, this is the goal we're going to work on for the next 6 weeks together. They set benchmarks for themselves to measure their progress along the way, and made sure that the goals they were working on were also aligned with the standards of their curriculum. So once a goal was identified, then they entered a phase of designing and creating together. So whether we are, maybe I can pull this up so you can see a picture. These are the goals of the strategic plan. This is what it ends up looking like. So you have step 1, 1 week, step 2, another week, and there's a bridge to practice between the weeks. So maybe we are designing lessons together. Maybe we are developing a curriculum or a scope and sequence. Maybe we are creating a common assessment. Maybe we are adopting a new set of standards and internalizing NGSS, for example. So they have an opportunity to design and create together and also provide one another with feedback. We're implementing this common thing. The next step would be taking that to our classrooms right away. So this cycle allows us to have an impact on our instructional practices and our students' achievement, our classrooms right away. Teachers were invited to observe one another in their classrooms and to provide one another with feedback about how the lesson or the assessment was implemented, how the instruction was delivered. And so to break down those silos that we exist in sometimes, it's hard to come together and come out of our classrooms. So this was a chance for us to foster additional opportunities for collaboration. So once that's done, we come back together the following week and say, how did it go? What did you see? We look at, maybe there was assessment data to look at, maybe there's student work to interpret. And we looked at these things and we talked about these things in a very structured way using protocols and using different tools that allowed us to make sure our time was used efficiently and that we were focused at all times on examining our impact. Space was also carved in this cycle for reflection. Once we had the opportunity to analyze and evaluate and interpret, then we can reflect, what was our impact? How do we refine this process and be able to re-implement more effectively? And so teachers had this opportunity to do this 4 times, like I said. Here is, I'm so impressed with the work that they did, and I'm going to end because I know there's a lot of other great things to share. But I would invite you to click on all of these hyperlinks and take a look at the amazing work that the teachers did. They owned this. They really took responsibility for making this meaningful for their departments and their students. On the left, where it says practice, this is what this step was asking teachers to do. In the middle, you can see this is the English department, their artifacts, what they produced, what came out of their collaborative work. And then you can see on the right-hand side the different resources and tools that they were asked to experiment with. And so a lot of this was about how do we stay agile to do what makes sense and is meaningful for our kids at this time in our department. Allowing teachers to have the ownership and use their professional expertise to ensure that their professional development is meaningful for them. So I think I'll just leave it there unless anybody has any questions. I think overall it was a good model, and it's helping us meet the student growth goals of the strategic plan because it's ongoing and it is teacher-led and it has that immediate impact.
Does anybody have any questions? I have one. So in the professional development of this, and this sounds like amazing, was this done by subject areas? Did the teachers work across curriculum, or was this done within, like, the history department did this collaboration, and this was the way to improve the instruction and become more engaging? Is that
This year it was within departments, and there was some opportunity to work interdisciplinarily when we'd share out at once a month at the end of the cycle, once a month or so, in interdisciplinary groups about what did you do, what were you proud of, how did it work, maybe that makes sense for us. I think year 2 our goal is to do more of that sort of cross-pollination, yes, across the departments.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you.
Okay,
so
thank
much.
you.
So how do you follow that? Good evening, everyone.
We'll figure out.
So I will, let me switch to the next. There we go. All right, at BVMS, at the beginning of the year last year, in our first year as a middle school, we actually felt like we work a little differently. We work through our ILT, and our ILT is really the driving force in our professional development program at our school. And so we feel like that the teachers are really helping to set a foundation for the school. And so one of the things that we felt we needed to do right at the get-go of the middle school was establish a common language and a common vocabulary across our entire instructional program. So at the very beginning, in the first fall, we launched a professional development program around learning targets, DOK, formative assessments, and summative assessments, and then also some Google Forms, because Google Forms provide a real opportunity for students. It's an assessment tool as well. And so what we did was, you can see where it says English right next to learning targets and science next to DOK. It doesn't mean that those are the only departments that receive that professional development. We rotated all of our departments through all of those professional developments because we really felt like every single teacher in the entire school needed a common set of vocabulary and a uniform language that we were speaking across the school. We can't really launch in to productive professional development if we're not all speaking the same language. That is critical. And we felt like, as a brand new school, bringing 4 faculties together that had varying different levels of professional development across the board, we felt like that was critical in setting a solid foundation for the middle school, the new middle school. So once we established that foundation and that common vocabulary, we were now able to really launch into what we felt was going to be pretty powerful. We sat down with the ILT and we said, what is our 3-year goal? What is our 3-year? Where do we see our professional development going over the next 3 years? And we looked at things like feedback. We added to those 4 things because we still haven't landed those yet. We set the vocabulary for them. So we added things like effective feedback. When is the last time that you actually received a paper that you wrote 3 weeks after it was written? And is the feedback that you receive on that paper effective for you in learning? It's not so much about a grade. It is about feedback as a tool for learning. So we added that to our professional development program. So February of our first year, we were ready. We were ready to launch and roll with a really solid professional development program around those 5 things and adding in effective feedback, and COVID hit. We really quickly had to shift. And the one thing I want to say that, man, this leadership team that I have just been blessed with, and that ILT team that I have at BVMS, they're amazing. And so they shifted on a dime, and we put together, along with Gretchen Gabreski, our TOSA, we put together a really strong professional development program around what our teachers needed to shift to virtual learning. And then coming into the fall, we really needed to look at block scheduling. Block scheduling scares people. It scares teachers, it scares kids. They get nervous around it. And part of the reason they get so nervous around it is they don't know what they're going to do with all that time. And so we actually realized that our teachers, a lot of their fears would be allayed if we sat down and worked with them on how to lay out a block. And so we provided professional development over a couple of months on how to lay out a block schedule. And so we laid out 5 different models for them and then allowed them to bring models to the table as well. And then sit down as departments and begin to plug into those models what they were going to do and how they were going to move their instruction to accommodate a block schedule. And it was amazing. I will tell you, one of my teachers, I love him to death, but he's one of these guys that's been in the district forever, came in, popped himself in a chair in my office and said, I hate block schedules. I went to a high school with block schedules. When you said we were doing block schedules, I was like, nope, the worst thing ever. And he goes, I'm just here to tell you I love block schedules. I love what we are doing, and this is working. And so that was enough evidence for me that we were moving in a great direction. So we got our block schedule down, and then in February we went to launch our program again. Dr. Breggy, you were with us when we sat down as an ILT, and you watched that meeting and the dynamic discussion that happened at that table on what we were going to do over the next 3 years. And then Return to Learn came back. And so all of a sudden we planned it out, and then we were getting ready to come back to campus again, which thank goodness. So here's where we are. Thursday morning at 8 o'clock, our ILT will be sitting down again, and we have created a series of worksheets that I've asked them to fill out. They've been working on them for the last week. What has been working in our professional development program for the last 2 years? What do we feel like we've landed? What do we feel like we need a little more work on? And then on the other side is, what is our vision? Where do we see us being 3 years from now? There will be a new principal at Beverly Vista Middle School. And it is really important for us as a team that it's not me saying, here's Kevin Allen's vision for a PD. But no, it is, here is our vision as a collective community of educators, handing that to the principal for them to at least have something to launch from and something to at least look at and input their own vision into. And so that work begins on Thursday morning. We actually will be setting up what that next 3-year vision will look like on Thursday morning. And we don't have to start from scratch. We've started the work twice now. And the world shifted on us. But I do want to say, while I'm standing here, just how proud I am of the Beverly Vista Middle School staff for their tenacity in really going on the journey of PD with us. You know, they were excited. They tried new things. The language of learning targets, the language of DOK, the language of multiple forms of assessment is on the ground and live and well at BVMS. And it's because of their willingness to say, we'll try something new. And so I'm so proud of that group of educators and to have been associated with them for the last 2 years. So,
thank you.
Questions?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, guys. All right.
And we'll have time at the end for questions. We'll refer back to the PowerPoint if there's questions.
Good evening, board members, President Marcus, staff, Laura Chisholm, Assistant Superintendent of Student Services. So I have two parts to talk to you about tonight. Our first one is our diversity, equity, and inclusion piece. And I think Mr. Allen actually kind of set it up very well. You know, we started our work in this, we had a little snafu, but it's not all bad news. We've done some work and I'd like to cover that with you. We're going to fall back and regroup in a couple of areas, and then we're going to keep moving forward. We also have some really great things to share about our district culture and where we've gone with PBIS and things like that. So I'm excited to share that information with you tonight. This is our overall goal. What we're looking to do, we're looking to promote cultural responsiveness and expanded academic pathways for historically underserved groups. That includes our special education students. Mr. Seaman talked about that earlier when we talked about co-teaching and some of the classes that are being offered at both the middle school and the high school. We do a very, very good job here in Beverly Hills Unified School District in providing access to our students, being able to take classes that are sometimes outside of their area of strength, but we allow them access to go in and try and to participate with their peers. And you know what? Sometimes we learn things both ways when we allow that to happen. So that's amazing. I don't want to steal Mr. Mead's thunder, but I am going to call your attention to one of the things that we were talking about. Mr. Allen referenced the bell schedule at BVMS. I want to talk about the highlighted section for here for the high school. We've been talking about social emotional learning and how important this is, especially coming out of COVID and all of the changes, the back and forth. We're in school, we're not in school, we're going back, we're not going back. How are we doing? Where do we have time to talk about how we're doing? When are we going to be able to debrief about that? How are we going to get ready to be back in school? So we are adding this Norman connection piece into the beginning of 4 days at the high school. And this will be a time to talk about SEL or do lessons or have kids debrief. It is also available at the middle school in the advisory period. And we have some really good things planned to do for lessons and support for the students. Dr. Lawyer, will talk about that, a little bit later in her section on SEL and talk about the things that we were doing before COVID, during COVID, and after COVID. So I look forward to hearing that as well. So these next two slides kind of go together. So I'm going to actually go forward because this was the first thing that we were supposed to do, where we were supposed to hire a consultant to help us look at our inclusion, diversity, and diversity practices in the district and develop measurable goals. As we know, we did a research, we hired a firm, we started with a great launch in April, but because of community concerns, we paused with that firm, and now we're going back to the drawing board. Doesn't mean that the work is stopped, just means that we're changing direction. So we will be looking to select a new consulting firm, and we'll have a committee of various stakeholders. We'll have board members, community members, staff, parents, students, all involved in that decision so we can continue to move forward. What we're going to look to do with those is we're going to have some focus groups, again, with parents, staff, and students. We're going to do surveys. We have our uniform complaint process in place that helps us understand what's going on to help people give us information about what's happening in the community so that we're aware of the changes that we need to possibly look at. We're going to have some student-led discussions like our Diversify Our Narrative that we've already started and that we've adopted a resolution that the board adopted a resolution for earlier this year. And working again with the information that we received from the audit, we're going to look at our district-wide staff recruitment and retention processes. Who are we hiring? How do they connect to our students? How are they relevant to the work that we're trying to do? So that's where we are with that piece. We talked about this, and then I will stay here because after you, Dr. Breggy, I have some more information. I think you have to go out to do.
Do we have any questions here, anybody?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Hold on. Oh, I see it. Okay. There we go. And then we got to go back to you. There we go. And then
Everything's hidden.
It is.
Great. And you're coming right back up again. So the leadership goal, there's just been so many opportunities for leadership in our school district. Leadership from our Board of Education, from our cabinet, from our parents, from the work that we've done with the pandemic. But we know that this is an area that we have to continually increase the engagement that we have with our staff and with our community and with our students. And so one of the objectives of this particular goal is to establish that engagement. And you've heard tonight several times the word feedback. And whether you're working with a student or a staff member or community member or from our Board of Education, that feedback is incredibly important for us. And so one of the discussions we have had is to have a feedback tool that's a 360-degree feedback tool so that we're not just reaching out to one group or another. And this is something that will occur throughout the years using these questions so that we can then establish a benchmark of our success in different departments, in different schools, different grade levels, and that feedback would be coming from our students, from our parents, from our community, from our staff, and we will very transparently share that information with you. And so this was not the year to establish a 360 benchmark assessment or survey because of all of the back and forth. We did so many surveys this pandemic in this school year that it would not have been the most authentic way to capture this information at this time. And so with a fresh new school year and the expectations of us coming back in return learning, that we will be looking at this assessment tool and putting it into place for the next school year. There is a lot of work to be done in this area, to be quite honest. There are a lot of decisions that we need to make as managers, but we also know that we need to do a better job of working in collaboration. And I think in our community, what's tough sometimes is that there is a connection, but also a difference between the shared leadership and shared decision making, and also negotiating. And so, the teams that I've put up to just some in the past that have worked so successfully in collaboration. One is from the past, so it's pre-reconfiguration, but our Future Focused Schools team. But also the recent think tank that we had for our Return to Learn, using professionals in our community, but also as well into our schools for leadership as well. So these are examples of areas that we need to do a better job. And again, the best way to do that is through a 360 approach. And this is something that will be professionally designed. This will then set the baseline. And again, this will give us an idea of how we're doing by department, by grade level, by school, so that we can start to identify those areas where we're really strong and then other areas where we need to improve. It's important that we capture attitudes and behavior about the work that we're doing. And Laura.
Okay. So the next piece we want to talk about is our district culture and what we're doing to improve the interactions and the engagement of both our students, our communities, and our staff. I'm really excited for you to hear the information that we have to share in this area tonight. Even though we've been in a pandemic, the work didn't stop. We have continued to move forward. We have some great data to share with you regarding both PBIS and our discipline. Mark Mead's going to talk to you about our new schedule and how that's going to help improve the culture at the high school. But most importantly, we have continued to grow and improve through this difficult time. So it's been a collaboration between the district office, the sites, the site administration, the site teams, and we've established some really things. Rebecca's going to talk to you about communication and the systems that have been put in place with that. And without further ado, I'd like to go ahead and share that. I'll have Mr. Mead come up and start his part. And then I would like to give you some information that didn't make it into the PowerPoint for Dr. Lawyer's piece. It's our discipline data, but don't peek yet. until she is ready to talk to you about it. Mr. Mead.
Thank you very much. So yes, I know that the bell schedule aspects are pretty fresh in everyone's mind. So I won't go into it too much. We did mention the Norman Connection. That is something that is a specific strategic plan goal. It was in the goal the whole time. We're really happy that we found a way to do that. I know we've talked to some of our ASB kids, and I know that they're very happy about this, but not just ASB, KBEV, and some of our counselors, how they're going to reach kids 4 days a week at the beginning of period 3 and 4. So we are excited about that. We have also enumerated, I think multiple times, how we think that this bell schedule is actually going to dramatically improve our lunch culture. I think that's what ASB is most excited about, things like pep rallies and events. They're excited for more students to be there. So I think, like I said, the bell schedule is pretty fresh in everyone's mind. It was a very specific strategic goal, and we did accomplish that this year, so that's great. And the next thing, I don't know if you remember, a year ago, and I know we have 2 new board members, but a year ago I was invited to speak to some questions about the master schedule. And if you remember, there was a idea floating around that maybe we were impacting the AP classes dramatically and that they would be overcrowded. And one of the things that happened, one of the things I was invited to talk to you about was the way the data shows that our students tend to level down, very rarely level up mid-year. They may realize I'm in too many APs and things like this. So judging by the data, we did take opportunities to try to put more kids in our honors classes so that when they drop down, our regular classes didn't get impacted. So one of the things that's interesting about equity, inclusion, and diversity is when you build a master schedule, which I happen to be doing literally today, right now, 3 years ago, 52% of our classes were either a singleton or a doubleton, which meant there were either 1 or 2 of them. That is incredibly difficult to create a master schedule. What usually ends up happening is those singletons and doubletons are either the top classes, your AP classes, your specialized electives, or your intervention classes, the classes for kids with student needs. And for very good reason, a lot of times we focus on those individual high-level classes. When we build our master schedule, I just want everyone to know, we actually start with our students with IEPs, those classes, and we build that mini master schedule first because every single one of those classes is a singleton, every single one. Then we look at our intervention classes, Algebra A, Algebra B, Spanish A, Spanish B, and we make sure that those kids who have the greatest needs get their schedules first, then we build the rest. And I'm happy to say that only 2 of our kids even have a conflict at all, and I've already reached out and nobody's worried about it, so it's going to be okay. So part of advancing the equity, inclusion, diversity is actually how you build from the ground up, how you build the foundation, and where you put your priorities. And we have to prioritize the singletons and doubletons. But what we have tried to do is, like I said, really emphasize the students with special needs. Also, when we build our higher level classes, do everything we can to get as many of those honors and AP kids in there as possible, within reason, of course. Like we're not going to have huge classes, but try to overbuild those, knowing that they're going to drop into our regular classes where we'd still like to have equitable numbers. What used to happen in certain departments especially, but really across the board, is you'd see our regular classes huge, bursting at the seams, and our honors classes tiny. So we're trying to avoid that, not to impact our honors kids, but just to keep it equitable and make sure our interventions where they can happen, will happen. Like this year, we are hopeful to have smaller Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 classes. That's something we're looking to do. We were successful with having smaller bio classes this year. So really emphasize those places of intervention. And I think that is something you wouldn't necessarily think about, but it does advance the equity, inclusion, diversity for students, especially in reference to course offerings and things like that. So if you are one of our 3 board members from a year ago, you may remember that. But if you're new, I just thought that that's something to put in because the data did ultimately validate those decisions this year. So that's it for me. And next up, I think, Dr. Lawyer, welcome. Thank you. Oh, unless you have a question. We good? I think we're good. Thanks, sir.
How do you advance the slides?
The arrow.
Oh. Okay. Good evening, President Marcus, Dr. Breggy, members of the board. Dr. Angela Lawyer, very excited to present an update on our PBIS implementation. I want to take a moment to celebrate the leadership team in this room because 3 years ago when I arrived, I got the looks of what is PBIS,
who is this woman and what does she want? But in this space, I stand here to discuss with you our progress, but celebrate our accolades in this space. We're currently in year 3 of Tier 1 implementation and have successfully completed that. This district can celebrate a 36% reduction in discipline incidents within 2.5 years, not 3 years. So applause to yourself for that. We will have successfully completed Tier 1 by the end of May of this year and have had 3 PBIS trainings this academic year focusing on social-emotional learning, trauma-informed care, bullying prevention, restorative circles, and our readiness for Tier 2. And in this space, it's just appropriate for me to share with you some data that Ms. Chisholm handed you prior to my arrival. If you need more copies. Okay. And it's just to share our year-over-year reduction in discipline. A successful PBIS implementation aligns with a reduction in discipline incidents. So if you quickly look at the sheet in front of you, in 2018-19, K-5 had 473 discipline incidents. The year prior reduced to 302, a 36% reduction. Grade 6 through 8, 1,168 incidents. We were busy in middle school. Last year, we reduced to 350 incidents. This is prior to COVID. Grades 9 through 12, 186 incidents in 18-19, reduced to 160 incidents in the year following, a 13% reduction. So this is very significant and as well as aligned with the work that we're doing with PBIS. The way that we're able to do this is every site has established and developed an action plan, which launches and leads and provides a foundation for the work of PBIS. So we don't just approach this without a very detailed plan. Focuses on team membership, site goals for the year, established behavior expectations, which all just guides the work. What we have recently completed in Beverly Hills Unified School District are our TFI scores. It's a tiered fidelity inventory. Each school has undergone the TFI 3 times this year. Cumulative scores listed on the screen. Celebrate Hawthorne School at 83%, Horace Mann School at 90%, Beverly Vista School at 60%, and the high school a whopping 93%. That is amazing work. Again, thank you to all the school leaders. The high school score stands out for a particular reason. Most districts don't attempt to implement PBIS at the high school because it's not successful. Beverly Hills Unified School District and the Beverly Hills High School has taken that challenge by the horns and done an amazing job. So I have to applaud the high school for their work. Thank you. During our home learning phase, we transitioned our traditional expected behaviors to adapt to the home environment. And every school took a moment and pivoted and established behaviors that would be more functional in the home. And currently, I'm so excited to say that I recently completed our California State PBIS Awards application, and every school within the district is eligible for awards. So we'll have results within the summer. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Samantha Jung, and I'm an assistant principal at Horace Mann. There are many things that we have been doing at Horace Mann in regard to PBIS, and I will highlight a couple of those accomplishments today. Ms. Starkins, if you would please click on the Husky High Five link. Thank you. This is the Husky High Five matrix. It's something we share with the students and we go over with them so that they know what is expected of them. We have the 5 main behavioral expectations listed along the top: be safe, be respectful, be responsible, be an upstander, and persevere. And below it, you see the specifics of what that means in various situations. Once a week, we spin the wheel as an incentive for having displayed the Husky High Five. Teachers submit names through a Google form, and I use a randomizer to pick names, one per grade. This is done at our weekly mini morning assembly, otherwise known as the MMA. The MMA is a place where we get together as an entire school, and we meet in one place at the same time. We do the Pledge of Allegiance, we make announcements, we review the Husky High Five, and then we spin the wheel. Today, I wanted to give you a taste of what the students go through during the MMA. I have put your names on the wheel, and one of you will win a prize today. Ms. Starkins, if you would please click on the wheel link. You go back to the presentation. Thank you.
Everyone at home can see Mrs. John, just so everyone knows. In here we can't see her because we wanted to have maximum room for the presentation, but her face is on Zoom and she's on YouTube. Okay, am I clicking?
In the wheel.
I clicked.
This plus control.
Okay.
Click in the middle and it'll spin.
I did that.
Or anywhere.
Like a plastic bicycle.
Or off to the side.
Oh, the cookies. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Here we go. Here we go. Ah.
Dr. Stern, Mr. Bugby will hand you your prize. Dr. Stern, can you tell me which one of the Husky High Five you showed?
I was respectful.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We've had to adjust our MMA due to the pandemic. We went from meeting in person to meeting online and now to making Zoom videos. We ourselves have persevered. The last thing I wanted to tell you about today is the Office Discipline Referral Form, the ODR. This one is not as exciting as the other things I've gone over, but just as important. The ODR is a form that we started using for student behaviors that needed to be sent to the office. It has been useful in getting a protocol in place so that staff, students, and families are all on the same page regarding the process of discipline. This has been extremely helpful and a positive addition to our PBIS journey. Thank you.
Good evening, President Marcus, Board of Education. I'd like to spend a few minutes to discuss some of the hard work of our PBIS team at the high school this year. And it really is a team effort. It's not led administratively in any means. We were able to expand our team to include members of every department on campus this year for the first time, including special education and our counselors, and also the ILC. So our students at the ILC have participated in our award celebrations. They've felt the PBIS core values, and we've celebrated them as often as monthly. In addition to that, as we transitioned into the home learning setting, we realized that all of our resources could really be combined for our teachers through Google Classroom. So you have a link there that you can access. And in that Google Classroom, you'll see a variety of resources that our team has compiled for our teachers. This really is an amazing resource for our teachers. It includes Wellness Wednesdays. It includes a lot of SEL lessons. It includes ways to nominate students. It also includes a variety of resources such as videos, our discipline matrix, ways to use interventions with students, and basically just a ton of resources right at the touch of our teachers' hands. Excuse me. In addition to that, we've done celebrations. Our celebrations have been monthly, and we do those for our staff and our students. This year, for the first time, we also invited our parents to take part. So our parents have been actively nominating our teachers. It's been quite a celebration for them. And not last by any means, we have senior awards this year for the very first time. So we actually have two $750 awards that our seniors can apply for PBIS, which we're really excited about. So those are just a few of the things we've done this year.
Thank you.
I'm coming back. There's a few of us at Hawthorne. So we also, just like Mrs. Jung spoke about, we also have weekly assemblies every Wednesday morning. This was something that we put in place as soon as we became an elementary school. And we did it in person. It's the only time when our entire campus is together, and it's about 10 minutes long on Wednesday mornings, and we really value it as an opportunity to just actually see absolutely every person that's part of our campus. And thanks to the tech department, we got a large Zoom license, and we had about 400 screens that joined us every Wednesday morning. And so be part of that assembly, did the same pieces that we would have done outside, honoring students, celebrating birthdays, saying the Pledge of Allegiance, singing the Hawthorne alma mater. So it was pretty great. And we've continued to do that even as we're back on, and we've snuck it into this weird schedule that we're in right now. The other piece that we valued, which sort of leads into SEL, is that when we first did our schedules for home learning, for virtual learning, we made sure to add in a block, 15 minutes at the beginning of the day and another 15 minutes at the end of the day to include morning meeting. I just lost sound. Does that matter? Okay. Sorry. Okay, I'm just getting it myself. Okay, so it allowed our teachers to be able to meet and check in with our students every day. And it also went through, we did a multicultural every 2 weeks. We were sort of focusing on different countries, and then that would be an opportunity for morning meeting to use a different greeting from different countries, talk about different things that were going on both in the community and at school, and announcements, and just allowing different voices to be heard in a non-academic way. And our teachers really valued that, and as we went back into hybrid learning, and now we're back into regular school, that they've asked for it again next year. They've asked to keep that time sacred as we begin to plan. We also have a matrix that looks like the Husky High Five. We call it a Hawthorne Hero Matrix. Our 5 behavioral expectations go with hero, honorable, engaged, responsible, and open-minded. Every time we got a protocol from the county about the health order, we put it into a matrix. So we've changed our matrix quite a few times. But what it did is, because we already had a foundation for PBIS coming in from last year, it gave us information about how we're going to teach students how they needed to behave. So long before we were coming back to hybrid learning, we had put together a Hawthorne hybrid learning matrix about how we wanted them to walk through the hallways, stand outside the bathrooms, how we wanted them to get their food, how to exit, and everything sort of fell into that matrix. So we're so thankful to have PBIS as like our outline as we went through this year and had to make changes. The last thing, I'm really happy to say that we finally have 4 parents that have agreed to be on our PBIS team for next year. So as we're moving forward, we're completing another piece of our TFI, and we're moving forward.
SEL and social emotional learning. We've adopted the 5 core competencies for SEL. And this is more important than ever as we return to learn in the building with our students and with our staff, and ensuring that we provide the supports needed in self-management, self-awareness, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. As we've shared in many of our leadership meetings, the worst thing that we could do in this moment is pretend as if nothing has happened. Everyone has undergone, survived, surpassed something within the last year. And so that requires acknowledgement, especially from the leaders in this room. That's what the SEL component is really about. SEL implementation before, during, and after COVID and the stay-at-home order. We utilize SEL tools and lessons shared weekly with site leaders and counselors. We implemented and deployed Google Classrooms at every site so that teachers and support staff, as well as counselors and IAs, could access the lessons to support students. And we've adopted online lessons via prescribed software. It also falls right into line with our adopted anti-bullying or bullying prevention program, OVEAS. The OVEAS principles were woven into the PBIS implementation, in that OVEAS requires, in order to be successful, expected behaviors. So that's why when some of you didn't understand, why are we doing so many things at one time? We're not. The anti-bullying program and PBIS directly align. So there's a method to our madness. District and site Oveas coaches and restorative circles have been deployed in classroom meetings that matter, which is basically a restorative practice that supports teachers within the classroom as well as site administrators within their roles in counseling students and supporting students through their difficult spaces. A lot of our resources are acquired online from CSEA, the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, and Purpose Prep. The tools that we utilize are and have been well received by both student staff, and I've actually gotten some feedback from parents as well as to how they've supported students in the in-home environment as well as now that we're returning back to the building. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, President Marcus, Board, Dr. Breggy. I'm Kevin Painter. I am the assistant principal at Hawthorne School. I'm going to highlight a little bit of the social emotional learning that is happening at the elementary level, specifically at Hawthorne. When I think about, I'm going to be highlighting our counselor, Mr. Weddle, and our school psychologist, Shadi Zahirpour, and some of the work that they're doing, the incredible work that they're doing. And when I think of the work that they're doing, I always go back to a video that Dr. Lawyer showed us at the very beginning of our PBIS training. And the gist of the video that they showed us was, when a child doesn't know how to read, we teach them. When a child doesn't know how to do math, we teach them. When a child doesn't know how to swim, we teach them. And in the same way, we need to teach them certain behaviors, and we need to teach them vocabulary of what certain behaviors are and what things look like and what different emotions are. And it all starts at the elementary level. So our SCL program looks very different than it'll look at the middle school and the high school. And so to focus in on our counselor, Mr. Weddle, he meets with every class.
Sorry, Mr. Maynard, do you want to just jump to the next slide?
Oh, sure.
Sorry. Thank you.
Down arrow?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. Oh, great. So Mr. Weddle, he meets with every class on our campus every other week. So we have 2-week rotations. His lessons are always differentiated based on the grade level, and often he will kind of, if there's a specific issue going on in a specific class or at a specific grade level, he'll tweak his lesson to make sure that he addresses whatever the specific area of need might be. He focuses on themes around empathy, compassion, growth mindset, integrity, self-worth, resilience, conflict resolution, which is a big one at the elementary level, and taking up your own perspective as well as other people's perspectives. He also interweaves the ideas of kindness and respect into all of his lessons, and what respect and kindness look like, what they sound like, and what they feel like. He uses literature, he uses videos. There is a link, I don't know if it's not necessarily in this PowerPoint, but I don't know if it's been added in, that goes through his curriculum, the books he uses, incredible wealth of knowledge in terms of his literature and the videos that he uses. And he uses those to tell a story, but then he uses those stories and the lessons that come from those stories to for the students to make connections and real world application on how to sort of address those types of issues when they arise in their real world. He holds lunch bunch groups. He did that pre-COVID. He did it during COVID. He had lunch bunch groups through Zoom during COVID, and targeting students that had different social issues, that have different areas of needs, and he'd bring kids together and they'd have conversations and they'd have different discussions and they'd work on whatever their issues were, and really putting forth, like, empowering kids to have a proactive approach on how to solve their own problems so that they didn't always have to go to someone else and that they learn how to do things themselves. looking at some of the work that our school psychologist, Ms. Elhirpour, does, she also differentiates her program based on grade level bands. She works with our preschoolers in focusing and identifying their own emotions and ready learned behaviors like waiting their turn, sharing, standing in line, things that we kind of take for granted as adults. Hopefully, we know how to do these things, but it all starts back in preschool. And she's working with a very specific population with the special ed kids in preschool, and really working on the emotional standpoint of making sure that they're ready to move to the next level. With her kindergarten through second graders, she uses a program called Zones of Regulation, which helps students identify the emotions that they're feeling, but also how other kids are feeling. They use terms like expected and unexpected behaviors, and it's really fascinating to see how it's spread across not just her program, but you walk into a kindergarten room where any student might be having an issue, and the teacher says, was that an expected behavior or an unexpected behavior? To try to get them really understanding and thinking about how not only affects themselves, but how it affects their classmates and their peers. With grades 3 through 5, she uses video modeling and social skill groups to focus on the actual communication, being able to say to another person, this is what I'm feeling, and share that feeling with them and have that conversation with them at that point. She facilitates, and this is something that I believe she started last year when pre-COVID, and she kept it going through COVID, and now that we're back in person, she's continuing it, and it's called the Friendship Fridays, where she brings special ed students and gen ed students, and they have lunch together, and they play games, and they communicate, and they get to interact with each other, and it allows some of the students with special needs to be able to practice some of the skills that they're learning in their own social groups and bringing it into a larger group and into the general ed population. So these are just a couple of the examples that we have going on with social emotional learning and at the elementary level. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Marcus, board members, Dr. Bragi. As you know, I had the great pleasure of joining the district in July 2020, and while much of the strategic plan was constructed at that point, it just felt natural that for me to jump right in and kind of lead the district culture, engagement, collaboration, and clarity piece. And it was very, very well constructed, but again, these are themes that I feel you can hear throughout this presentation that run throughout, and themes that in hiring in that, I believe I spoke a lot to. So I think from the Personnel Services Office, we're the heart of the district, I believe, and we lead through modeling. We're implementing, enhancing recruiting, hiring, onboarding practices. We have opportunities to meet and greet all of the new people and new talent that come into the district. So we try to model the things that we want to see from our new folks. We're creating, enhancing university partnerships, pipelines, and as you heard, increased training and support throughout the district. One of the things that I wanted to call out was just to talk about collaboration and clarity and engagement is one of the things Dr. Bragi, through his leadership, was through the BVMS principal position. It's impossible to replace Kevin Allen, obviously, as our principal. But in this tough task, one of the things, the piece on collaboration is it started with information gathering, where Dr. Bragi reached out to the entire BVMS community to have stakeholder engagement. And this doesn't happen often. I've hired hundreds and hundreds of principals in my time in LAUSD and Palos Verdes, and to have that much stakeholder engagement, and just from that information gathering piece where even questions from that information gathering found their way and into the interview process. Then we had a day at BVMS. So in the midst of coming back to school, coming back to campus in the middle of multiple negotiation sessions, Dr. Bragi, through his lead, sat and said, hey, we're going to BVMS to spend the day with them to find out what their stakeholders want. We sat with individuals all day long. For me, it was awesome because it was the first time I got to see real people for the most part and not on Zoom. But you learn so much about the community and what they really want. So we spent that day with them. And then the panel interviews, we had 28 stakeholder panelists, including our board president, who was there. And then the final round, which I truly love to talk about, that really brings home the stakeholders, is along with the stakeholders, we also had our parents as well. But for the final round, we had students involved. So students toured the candidates, toured the campus to talk about what BVMS is all about and asked lots of questions. And then our principals were involved, our teachers are involved because Dr. Bragi walked with each of the candidates and observed classrooms. So that talks to you about the collaboration and the intentionality of what we're doing and want to do, and really leading through this process in this piece. So the other part that I want to talk about and call out is our 3-year labor partner agreements, right? That doesn't just happen without collaboration and engagement and clarity of the process of what we're doing and what we're hoping to do. The board gives us all the way from your parameters that you give us all the way down to the needs and wants of our employee and our labor groups. So I think our collaboration has shown through, and then we hear time and time again how much of a collaborative effort it has been through a pandemic, that we have 3-year labor agreements and 3 years of calendar. So it's unprecedented around the state. Other thing that we'll do is, and we'll talk about how the district level in revising our job descriptions really helps the sites. So, and we are frozen. Uh-oh, I don't know what I did here. David, help?
Oh, let's see. Looks like
How about I share my screen?
it looks like we're. Can I stop the share for just a second and pick the right? Let me just pick the right presentation. We lost the. I'll tell you in a second.
Get us off.
Code update shared with all. Let me just go here and let me pull up the strategic plan update.
Okay,
Oh,
excellent.
Are you there?
Yep, you're back.
There
There
it
it is.
Okay.
Okay. So
let me put it back in presentation. It says view, present, and then just use that down arrow to go.
Got it. Perfect. So with that, implementing enhancing recruiting practices, ultimately what we're getting is better candidates and preparation. So we have a higher quality employees. Obviously, it goes all the way down to the classrooms, and we have better trained students and better educated students. With our 3-year labor partner agreements, now the school sites can focus on things that matter. They don't have to worry about things that happen in labor disputes. Now, for the next 3 years, we can focus on educating kids ultimately. With revised job descriptions, we have created clarity for our employers and our employees and our sites, which is always a good thing. And then they are continuing to work on increased overall stakeholder engagement through their ILTs, as we heard earlier. Parents as partners, our PTA, PTSA, DLAC, site committees, all of that collaboration, and our school site council. And now I am going to turn it over to Rebecca and her team to talk about parent communication and how that all plays into our collaboration.
Do we want to have a 5-minute break, or are we good?
Look at your face.
It's a good thing I have a mask on.
A 2-minute break?
Just they would like a stretch break.
Yeah, well, I can.
Cramping up here.
Why are you looking at me?
You're the president.
Oh. Does anybody want to stretch?
Yeah.
You want? Okay. Then it's voted.
Just a stretch for a couple minutes.
I'll move that we take a 2-minute stretch.
That 3 minutes. No, I didn't put it in. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Mr. Waters, can we start, please?
Do you want to wait for Mrs. Walker-Schumann or we're okay?
We'll wait for her. Yeah. Okay. I didn't see she wasn't here. She went to the.
I didn't mind.
I would just go. She has to leave early tonight, so.
Huh?
Okay.
She has to leave a little bit early tonight.
Who does?
9:15.
Walker Schumann does?
She just told me.
Okay. Well, I can't help that now. She just has to get up and leave.
Right. No. Yeah. She knows.
Ah.
Shall I begin?
Yoni's last meeting will be the next meeting, the one in June.
Okay, the first
June,
meeting in June?
yeah.
Okay.
So we'll be ready for him that night, please.
Perfect. Yep. We'll be ready.
Okay.
Okay, so
Go ahead. Start. It's
Okay.
okay. She'll come back.
Communication and parent communication specifically. This is a big part of our district culture, and we have been really blessed by COVID in our little department because introducing Parent Square would have been a huge, huge, huge lift if we had have done this in a regular school year. But Parent Square gave us a health screening, which meant that everybody had to get it, and therefore our integration of switching over to this streamlined way of communicating. Now we send out report cards through there instead of via the mail. We can see if a parent is saying, I didn't receive this, why they didn't receive it. We're able to really communicate in a cohesive way. You can see on the screen the Who Do I Ask graphic, which matches perfectly with what we planned for in the strategic plan. And I am going to right away pass over to Mr. Regan, who's going to speak more about how we're using Parent Square to really look at our reporting and looking at making sure that we have a seamless interface with all of our parents. So take it away.
Perfect.
Once again, Chris Regan, assistant principal. I think I'm at Horace Mann this year. Who knows where I've been? I've been all over the place.
I can tell by the hair.
It's the hair. It's the hair. No joke. Just decided it was time. So you'll notice my slide is a lot different than most of the other slides that have happened. There's no words. But we're really excited to be able to use Parent Square because we've been able to have regular communication with parents. Each of the schools sends out a weekly newsletter that has all sorts of important information for parents. So nobody can say, oh, I didn't know. We then also post those on our websites. So I've actually been telling incoming kindergarten parents, they're like, how do I know what's going on? Go to the website and you can see all of the information that's out there. Follow our Instagram. It's all out there. One of the great things is that we can then follow up and see who has actually opened up those emails. In the bottom graphic with the kind of the circle at the top, it shows how many people have been contacted, how many emails went out, how many messages went out, and how many, that's how many contacts we have and how many people we can actually reach. So I know at Horace Mann, we've got 1,000 some odd contacts in our system. And every one of them is an active contact that we can get in touch with through Parent Square. So when we send a message out, it gets to them. Now, whether or not they actually can access it and see it, the whole other story, but we have correct contact information for all of them. The other thing that's really neat is that then I can drill down. As the school site, I have 1,104 total recipients that I can see, and I can see who gets it as an email, who gets it as a text message that then they click a link to open up in Parent Square, and who gets it as an app notification. I myself get them all three ways just because I like to know what's going on. So then I can find out if a parent says, well, I never got it, I can actually go in and say, well, actually it was delivered to this email address and it shows that it was opened. Or it was delivered to this email address and then the parent says, well, I don't use that email address anymore. I was like, well, that's the one that we have on file. So we probably should update it to make sure that it's there. Every school site has this. Every school site and the district is able to kind of figure out who's gotten the information and figure out if they didn't get it, why. And it's been great. Our parents, I have not heard this year, I didn't know. No one tells me what's going on at the school. No one ever tells. This Parent Square has been great for that communication piece. Thank you.
All right, President Marcus, members of the board, thank you so much for having us tonight. What Josh and I are here to talk about is the district, as it relates to district culture. We're talking about how we reach out to our community and our stakeholders and develop those relationships. So over the last couple of years, we've engaged in a new branding philosophy and an effort. And Josh will talk about it from a new school, as BVMS has sort of been created out of, various different feeder schools and become the middle school that it's become. For us at the high school, as a very historic school that's been around since the 1920s, branding has been really important for us. You would think, well, this old school and it's well established. And when I got here as a teacher 4 years ago, branding was all over the place, as many of you knew. And this, orange was different than that orange, and this character was different than that character, and so on and so forth. And so it's really been a huge effort, and it's been very, very successful for us. So a couple of the things that we are hoping to do with that is being able to communicate effectively and to communicate consistently. And so through that, we've already talked a little bit about Parent Square. That's really helped us with our communication. We're continuing to build our social media and partner with our social media partners, including, we see it up there, but everybody from our PTSAs to the city of Beverly Hills, LACO, etc. We're able to cross-promote with the other schools in the district as well. And so with that, we're able to show the community that we are unified. We're able to show the community the things that we're doing in a way that makes sense, in a way that looks pretty consistent. So we've been very happy with that. We believe already it's made great strides in school spirit. We believe it's only going to continue as we start to see our spirit wear that looks the same and those types of things, not just at the high school, but at all the schools throughout the district. One of the things that's made that that's been incredibly helpful in this process is through the use of Canva Pro, which the district and you all have helped us purchase. It makes using the branding assets super, super easy. And at first, you probably heard it even at board meetings and things like that there was some growing pains with the branding and in its ability, and does it stifle our creativity? And at the beginning, it maybe felt like this is different, right? There are sort of things that we have to adhere to. But I think over time, even in this school year, 2020, 2021, it's come into sort of where we want it to be. And things look the way they should. And people look at something that came from the high school, that came from BVMS. And it's really helped us, again, with that sort of consistency. And we have very quickly been able to find ways to be creative within the branding, and we'll see on the next slide what some of that looks like, that you can be creative even within the palette that's there. I liken it to, if you guys are football fans, college football fans out there, the University of Oregon. They have thousands of different assets, right, that they can be mixed and matched, but no matter what on a Saturday night, you know that that's the University of Oregon. And that's what we're really looking for, and to work within the creativity within that. Before I pass it off to Josh, the last thing I was going to say is that I know that ASB, athletics, CTE, all of those different programs at the high school have benefited from this. Academics as well. And again, on the next slide, we'll kind of show you how that's been. But our ASB, which Yoni is a member of, our new ASB advisor, Mr. Hengler, and the class has really, really worked hard in this year. And I think that the new branding, Parent Square, Canva, all of those things have helped them with the tremendous number of events that they put on, even in a year where we weren't at school for most of the year, whether that was the dog show and all of the various different things that we've done. All of these things that have come into the place in the last 15 to 18 months have really helped us. And again, even during a COVID year, even during a pandemic, those things aided us still to build school spirit and culture along the way. Josh?
Thank you, Drew. It's hard to follow such a good-looking guy with such a stylish haircut, but I'm going to do my best. So, I'm a big fan of pictures, although I am not a man of a few words. But I'm going to do my best to make sure that I am tonight. You know, 00541 that's BVMS green.
Yeah.
It's not BV green, it's BVMS green, because we've been a middle school for the past 2 years. And it's a really important distinction that we have been trying to make, because I come from LAUSD, and I come from a career in charter schools. So I didn't grow up in this legacy environment where people take such tremendous pride in the families that have gone through each school. And so as we've been establishing this middle school, and as we've been trying to create this identity and this family that we have, 00541D and Alpha Slab and Montessori have become part of that building of the family that we have. You can see here elements from the high school, the middle school, the elementary schools that we pulled together to show how Canva Pro has really been an incredible feature that we've used to connect to families, to help them learn about our schools as they're developing. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner the two maps with the dog bones and with the shields that we used for our open house. We got amazing kudos from the parents for the open houses that took place, as we were able to invite people into our homes to see what our teachers had to offer, and to see the elements that we were able to use to create this imagery for them. The handbooks that we were able to put together as people were coming back, and not just put something plain out there from a Word document or a PowerPoint that we had to put together, but we were able to come with creativity. And I think one of the great things about this is that we're not professional graphic artists. And this wasn't designed for professional graphic artists for our purpose. This wasn't brought in for us to have somebody who does that for a living. You can see elements up here. Jamie Tinter is our ASB teacher, and the work that he's done to promote the programs at our school, at Beverly Vista Middle School. He's an incredible talent using this software that we have that makes you look like you have this immense talent and creativity. And that, strangely enough, helps us reach out to the community. And it's helped us just open doors to, this is what Beverly Vista Middle School is. These are what the Normans look like. These are what our elementaries look like. And one of the cool things that I like about it is just the way the program is put together, so that we can actually we can share with each other, not just invite our colleagues in to see the work that we're doing, but to share all of the different assets that we have to borrow when we're not pigeonholed. Even though I have green and gray and black and white to work with, I also have hawthorn blue and I have horseman purple. And my creativity is not stifled when I'm able to use this and to reach out to the community with the information that we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
We left the best for last.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, President Marcus, Dr. Breggy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to speak about our maintenance and operations department in relation to our goals and the master plan. Overall, a 3-year goal for 2020 and 2023 was to provide safe, compliant, and quality school facilities to support the district's mission and vision statement. With regard to safety, an example of that, how we operate, is our preventative maintenance programs with regard to abating trip hazards and things like that. Compliance has to do with making sure things like our fire life safety systems are properly inspected and certified. And with regard to quality, I take quality control very seriously. I take spending public funds very seriously. And I work very hard to make sure that we interject quality control on project design and implementation. All of our vendors would say that out loud. I'm pretty hard on them when it comes to getting things right and getting things done on time. As far as the implementation of our year 1 of our 5-year deferred maintenance plan, we have developed and implemented a very substantial preventative maintenance program for all of our district systems and components. And we've successfully implemented our first year of our 5-year deferred maintenance plan, with finishing most of the major projects that were on that list. Many more will be coming over the next 12 months. With regard to our second objective, we are in the planning stages of aggressively planning to work on our second and third year of our 5-year deferred maintenance plan, which includes developing scopes of work, gathering quotations, and building schedules. We have also established a comprehensive training program, training and development program with Keenan and Associates, and this includes training on everything from driver safety to injury illness prevention plan, ergonomics, ladder safety, etc. All the things that help our employees work safely within the community. Sorry. Okay, got it. So with regard to maintenance and operations, in mid-2019, I did an extensive forensic analysis of the gaps and areas that, in the district that needed improvement. That consisted of comprehensive site inspections to identify components and systems in need of attention. This process led to the creation of the board-approved 5-year deferred maintenance plan, which will be updated this July and presented to you. Our staff has been making adjustments to procedures and practices since March of 2020, and our M&O teams did a great job of preparing the district for reopening. I couldn't be more proud of my teams. They've stepped up. And I have to say, they've been here every day since this pandemic started. And I have to say, they're actually my superheroes. Some superheroes wear capes, but my teams have come every day and come to work and make it so that we could have our schools operational and safe. And I'm very proud of them, and I'm very proud to lead them. And I'm appreciative of the opportunity that I've been given to do that, so thank you. And I'm going to touch on the swim gym. Well, that's one of our special projects that we've been doing this last year. It's been an amazing restoration project that will serve the community and the district for decades to come. It's been the highlight of my construction career. It's a one-off building. There's nothing like it anywhere in the world. And all the systems and all the mechanisms that were designed in that building were built in the 1930s. And have not been changed. So it's rather amazing that we've made it all these years. And the restoration process has been such an exciting and custom process. So I'm very proud to have been part of that. And we will be very soon delivering that back to the district and the community for use. So I'm very happy about that. I want to speak about our deferred maintenance plan. First of all, I want to thank the board for being the driving force behind the creation of our 5-year maintenance plan. Their support of the plan has been invaluable to the district. It's been so year 1 of the 5-year deferred maintenance plan. I've listed some of the major projects that we've done. One of the most exciting projects, and one of the ones that's really going to yield results for us, is the district-wide energy management system. And I'll just touch on that a little bit. What that's going to allow us to do, we haven't had an operational energy management system for many years. And what that means is our air conditioning systems, lighting systems, etc., are not running on a program, they're not optimized. And so by the installation of this new energy management system, which is about close to 90% complete, we'll have it done by the end of June, is going to allow us to optimize all of our systems. And what that means is great savings for the district. There'll be some savings this year, but there'll be greater savings next year, because right now our tier-based rate fees are based on our consumption for our non-optimized systems. So as we operate for the next 6 months or so and we get a chance to get on the new tier, we will come into next year on a lower tier, which is going to lower our energy costs across the board. It's a huge, huge benefit. In addition to that, it allows us to optimize all of our systems so that it can fit the programs. We can schedule for holidays, etc. We can do remote troubleshooting. We can do remote adjustments. So it's just a boon to our work in the maintenance and operations department. It's going to save energy. It's going to extend the useful life of all our equipment, and it's just a really important thing for us. So I want to thank you all for supporting that project and let you know how important it is for us operationally in moving forward in the future. Some of the other major things that we've done in this last year, actually last year and a half, has been roof leak repairs. Stopping roof-related water intrusion has been a great benefit to the district. At this time, we don't have any roof leaks anywhere as of the last rains, and that's been an extensive process. We've done a considerable amount of landscaping improvements. There's still some things to go, but some things like removing problematic trees, tree maintenance, and actually a tree inventory, which helps us build budgets. Believe it or not, each tree costs up to $1,000 a year or so to maintain and trim. So if we have hundreds of trees, you can do the math on that. So it's important that we have an inventory and control our trees and budget for it appropriately. We are also reworking and relocating our radio room that was located in the planetarium. That project is not complete, but it is important for us for communications and security. And one of the high impact projects that we've done is the A building cosmetic repairs, which was to improve our cosmetics in our cosmetic appearance in our common hallways and corridors and other areas. And we've also made some substantial improvements on our wood floor systems, on our basketball courts and things like that. And that may seem like it's just making them look nice and shiny, but we've actually gotten a lot of feedback from the athletics programs that they actually feel and play differently because of the grip and the way the floors perform now that they're properly treated. Just to touch on a few other major projects, the swim gym rehabilitation project will be completed in June of 21. We'll be working on the Beverly Vista South Playground maintenance scheduled for July of 21. Hawthorne School recently received a lot of roofing repairs. There was actually over 350 different leaks at that school. We have a very complicated old roofing systems there, and there was just a lot of things going on. It took us about a year and a half, but we finally got them licked for the moment anyway. Our district HVAC, which is heating, ventilation, and air conditioning repairs, have been extensive. We've gone through every system, every air handler, boiler, chiller, and in fact we lost a motor on our air conditioner here tonight, so no matter how much maintenance and preventative maintenance we do, things happen, and my guys came back and we're attempting to fix it, and I apologize to everybody for that, but things happen. So we really put a lot of energy into our indoor air quality and our HVAC systems, and it's paying off now. As we've gotten caught up on these things, it will reduce our service load and moving forward in the future, and reduce our cost of operation. And then finally, we've just implemented district-wide COVID cleaning practices and procedures. Many districts went crazy with chemicals and sprayers and things like that. I tried to take a more tempered approach with our department so that we use the minimum amount of chemicals for the minimum amount of application to keep our staff, students, and our custodians safe. We've applied things a little differently, but we've also been very effective. And so that's a summary of what we've been up to for the last year and a half, and I thank you for the opportunity to present. Thank you. I'd like to introduce Mr. Roach to speak on construction and facilities. And
Okay, what are you doing to me? You're just gonna use the down arrow. We're just switching out laptops. Just that down arrow right there. Thank you. Thank you, President Marcus, members of the board, Dr. Breggy, friends, neighbors, countrymen. I just want to speak a little bit about construction and facilities tonight. On behalf of the facilities team, we had a very laser-focused mission over the last year, is to really get some specific construction projects finished. But before I talk about the facilities and construction, I think every discussion about facilities has to start with a thank you to the community, because without these measures, we would not be doing what we're doing right now. So thank you to the Beverly Hills community for letting us do what we're doing. So our focus this year, of course, is B1, B2, turning it back over to the high school administration, and we are there. I don't want to steal anyone's thunder, but I've heard maybe in July there may be some kind of grand opening. So Pam, Don, I'm just saying I heard that. So, maybe mark somewhere in July on your calendar that there's going to be some kind of grand opening for B1, B2. We're excited. The guaranteed maximum price of that project was around $66 million. We've been told that there's going to be some savings to the district through our construction process. So to verify that savings, we're going through a construction audit at the moment. And after that audit is finished, we'll verify the project savings that we've come under that guaranteed maximum price. So we're excited about that. The other thing we're working on, or the team has been working on, is getting all the documents and bid documents ready to go out for Building C, which is the huge athletic building there next to the swim gym, and also the last part of El Rodeo. And in addition, we've formed a new construction and facilities committee that's going to be seated for the first time in June. So we're all excited about all those things going on. But I just have pictures for you tonight. That's all I've got. So, okay, Miss Marcus, do you recognize anybody in this photo? I'm just saying. This is from the 70s. This is not that old. This is from the 70s. This is an actual photo of a classroom at Beverly Hills High School.
I didn't teach there.
Oh,
I did.
okay.
I did.
All right. So that's
my health class.
Oh, okay. So that's what we really started with. And then a year ago, this was a classroom in the B1, B2 building. So you can see, it's been stripped out. You can see some structural stuff going in on the side, the left-hand side there. And here we are today, ready for occupation. So this is amazing. Everyone's super excited to be in there, and we're all excited for you guys to be in there. So B1, B2 is ready to be turned over. El Rodeo, a year ago, you can see everything is stripped out, basically. You see the cement walls, you see a little bit of framing, and we made a lot of progress this year at El Rodeo, and you can see some of the mechanical systems going in right now. So we're excited about what's happening at El Rodeo and for the 2023-24 turnover to the district. So that's all I have. We've had a lot of construction presentations recently, and we'll have some more in the near future. But with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. D'Amico to talk about technology.
Not again.
I'm going to go really fast because you heard
Your
most of it.
time is up.
Thank you. I'm happy to yield to the president. Just the one thing I didn't touch on, and I'll just do it really quickly. One of the goals was around business practices, and I just want you to know we're substantially through each of these. We're working on inventory management, remote access and support, improving our help desk, changing the way we deploy and manage devices, etc. So we're doing really well there, and goes back to my team. They've been learners all year, and I think these are going to be really good for our endpoint users when we get this all done. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the really good news here is that we have direction, we have alignment, and we have focus, and we've memorialized what our goals and objectives and our action plans are. As I started, we're not sure when that was done in the district, and we have done that. And so what we have learned from tonight is obviously we're going to monitor and share our successes in a different way. We would like to, and we had talked about this before this meeting because we knew this would be a very long meeting, is to start looking at providing updates with our goals and our action plans at our board meetings throughout the entire school year instead of just one update at the end of the year. So we're excited about that. I'm sure everybody will appreciate that. But I want to kind of end with that kind of what it feels like right now. And, you know, there's two busiest times for teachers, administrators, people that work in our schools. And it is the end of the school year and the beginning of the school year. And what it feels like right now is both the beginning of the school year and also the end of the school year. So I just, you know, the look and feel of what's happening right now and with staff is trying to make it to this last day, because in over 25 years of doing this work as a teacher and a principal and as a superintendent, there has never been a more difficult time. But under the direction of this board, working with us, we are still making progress, and we have memorialized that progress. And we're very proud of that. You know, there wasn't even a second where we said, let's hold off for 1 year before we start the strategic plan. This group said, let's do it now. And so as we continue on and we begin next school year, we will be providing this information to you in a different way so that there can be more back and forth and more discussion about what we're doing. Next month, you'll receive some more detailed information at our next board meeting when we start looking at the LCAP, because we have aligned our practices with the LCAP, but we're waiting for a lot of that data to come in. So I'm very proud of what we've done tonight. I'm very sorry that that has taken so long, but we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions from the members of the board? Any comments? Anybody want to make a comment?
Well, I'll just
Mary,
quickly
you're
comment
first.
that this is.
Wait, I think Mary's first.
Oh, sorry.
Mary, no, you're first up this week.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you all for this tremendous amount of work at the end of the year. It's so impressive to listen to, and I'm going to go back and listen to the beginning that I missed. I apologize for being late today. But I really do appreciate your dedication and fortitude this year to not only, reinvent the way that you're teaching through COVID, but to stay focused on what the mission and the goals have been and to advance the strategic plan like you have. It's just so impressive, and it speaks volumes about your dedication and your talent. So thank you.
So I'm not gonna repeat, but I agree with everything that Mary has said. I remember when you first came to the district, Dr. Breggy, and I believe at that time, after you were told you were hired and you showed up on your first day, one of the first things the board at that time said was, find us $5 million to cut out of the budget. And that kind of kicked off the whole consideration of reconfiguration and future focused. And the reason why I go back to that is because I think in large part, as a district and in leadership, and even with our board, we were kind of flying by the seat of our pants. We'd get through every school year dealing with the crises without really having a full developed plan of what it was that we wanted to tackle. And so this strategic plan really is the culmination of a huge amount of effort on your part and on the leadership team's part and the school site administrator's part of coming together and creating that plan. And yes, we said, let's do that, and you had our support to go ahead with it. But the heavy lift of creating this plan and then giving us an update and actually taking us through all of the different departments that have been impacted by this implementation is just massive. So I just want to recognize that, not only for you as the tip of the spear, but for all of the folks that contributed to getting us to where we are in being able to review the plan now, the success that we've had even through this very difficult time and the several years that we have looking forward. So thank you.
Let's see. I echo all the sentiments of my colleagues. Amazing amount of work, and even the presentations themselves took a great amount of intelligence and work and coordination. So I feel very proud and very pleased and happy to be a part of this school district and on the board. Thank you.
You know, at the thank you. At the recent board study session on governance, I had harped on academics, education, academics. Why aren't we talking about that? It's been months of agendas without academics on it. I didn't mean for you to cram it all on one night. This night will be known as Death by PowerPoint. But I sincerely appreciate, and I would really stress to the community, I'm talking to you all out there, so listen carefully. Go through this again and see what the district is doing to improve student success. Because nobody's sitting on their hands in this district. From every department, that we're geared toward this goal, toward this mission that this strategic plan has taken a big bite of to get us to. And somebody who's been on this board, and by the way, March of 2011 was the last time I think this strategic plan was discussed. I was informed by a community member sending me a text to remind, which predates most of us here, except if you were teaching here at that point. But the fact that we're doing this and doing it so thoroughly is really an important step for the community to understand that there's a overall vision going on with everybody in this room of where this district should be. And one of the understandings of that is admitting first that there is a problem, that we're not where we want to be. So you have to get off your laurels and start working toward that direction. And I am so impressed with the attitude out of this room that understands that, truly understands that, and that this is all going to go back down to student success. And everything that's discussed tonight, whether it's air conditioning working, whether it's the budget, technology, it all is about student success now. Because for us, that's the priority. For everybody here, that's the priority. So I appreciate this on many levels, having sat here too long now, and not seen this level of action in saying this school district wants to be one of the top school districts. Not to do everything we did in the past to get that, to claim that glory, but to move forward and be progressive to get it again. And that's where we're at tonight. So I applaud everybody for your efforts in all of this. Thank you.
Strategic plan and to seeing the vast undertaking that was going on, but to now tonight to sit here and listen to how all of you have come together to make this strategic plan happen is just amazing. I am just so impressed that you've been like a complete team, the way you've worked together to make everything happen. And I'm so excited to see where we're going to go on the next step, because I think even though we won't sit for this long, the next time maybe we'll break it up a little bit. But I need to tell you that I'm excited for the next step in this, and the only one that's going to benefit from this, our students are going to benefit from this more than anything. And our community needs to know that we are here and we are committed to these kids, and we're going to make them better citizens, better in their classwork and so on. So the vastness of this project just is unbelievable, and I really commend Dr. Breggy for his leadership in bringing this to hold, because if that hadn't been that leadership, I don't know that this would have happened. So thank you, Dr. Breggy.
Thank you, and thank you to this amazing
and to
team.
the community. And with that, Yoni, you get to follow this with your report.
He has a 70-page PowerPoint.
Yeah, thank God I don't, but good evening, everyone. Recently, students are pretty stressed because of finals, but they're ready to tackle off the year strong as we come to an end. Sports have been a major factor of relief for students, and now that our sports teams are either already open or opening up, many students can use that time to get rid of stress and have fun. Students that are in person are really enjoying their time because they feel much more productive having to get ready in the morning to be in a physical classroom as opposed to getting out of bed in their pajamas and joining class through Zoom. We've reached a pivotal point in our school system because the students who are back at school are getting into what it feels like to be actually back into a physical school. Some students who are on Zoom, however, say that they have gotten used to Zoom at this point and they would rather finish off the year on Zoom. On another note, I've heard many mixed emotions about next year's schedule. Some people like it, while others would prefer sticking to what we have now. Sadly, not everyone will be happy, but hopefully we could accommodate everyone in a way where everyone's satisfied. Moving on, I have also heard from a few clubs that they are having trouble making apparel that follows our branding guide. Like Mr. Stewart said earlier, we have a branding guide, and I think many people they have trouble following it. So I think we need to help teach students in clubs how to be creative with the branding guide that we have. Maybe that means giving each club a Canva Pro account and teaching them how to use it while standing within our guidelines. Next, many seniors are excited for the events we have planned after senior checkout. And lastly, many families who have more than 4 members that are not graduating are upset that not all of their immediate family gets to be present at their graduation. Maybe we can give an extra ticket to families over 5 people to help solve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoni. It's been a long night, and I know that many of our staff would like to go home. Some of you have long rides, so feel free if you'd like to leave. We invite you if you'd like to leave. So thank you, and thank you again for all of your hard work, your presentation. It was amazing.
Yes. In other words, don't stay on our account.
Okay, moving on. Okay, item 12A, I have the California School Employees Association, Chapter 328. In compliance with the provisions of the Government Code, Section 3547.5, the Board of Education of the Beverly Hills Unified School District will receive public input regarding the proposed 2020-2021 Reopener Sunshine Articles, Article 1, Recognition, Article 5, Employee Rights, Article 8, Organizational Security, Article 9, Employee Benefits, Article 11, Holidays, Article 14, Hours and Overtime, Article 15, Salaries, and Article 17, Classification and Reclassification related to the 2020-2021 Collective Bargaining Agreement between the Beverly Hills Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, Chapter 328, here in CSEA, exclusive representatives covering matters within the scope of representation. The hearing offers interested parties the ability to ask questions or make comments on this topic. Is there anybody here who would like to make a comment on this topic?
Board President Marcus, we received no comment on public comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, item number 13B. Do I have a motion
13A.
for the 13B? Oh, no, wait, no, I'm just went too far. 12A, technology approval of the, 13A under technology. Do I have a motion for the approval of the upgrades
I'd like to make a motion for the approval of upgrades to the Cherney Center audio visual system.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Noah Margot and second by Mrs. Walker Schuman. Is there any discussion, any comments, questions?
I had one quick question on the scope
Sure.
of work. Are the upgrades going to rid us of the dangling wires around the room, or are those still?
Actually, there was a cascade of wires that were eliminated, and I didn't see this one last time, so I'll find out. But this is not related to this. This upgrade is not related to these wires. Yeah, I'll ask.
Thank you. Call for the question. Mrs. Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
Mrs. Wells?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker Schuman?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus is a yes. It passes 5-0. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion for the approval of outdoor wireless installation at Beverly Hills High School and Beverly Hills Middle School.
Beverly
I'll second.
Vista. Okay, a second. Who made the second? Okay, Mr. Margot and Mrs. Walker Schuman made the second. Are there any questions or any comments or discussion?
Yeah, just quickly, David, what the range of this, since it's going to be outside and potentially publicly accessible, or I mean, I know there's passwords to get on,
Right.
because we're gearing it for students, but what is the range going to exceed the perimeter of the campuses?
No.
Okay.
But just know that the where it's going at the high school, if someone's out on the track, they'll see the wireless network. They'll see the SSID. They won't be able to get on without us giving them access.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion or questions? Dr. Stern? Vote? Yes. Mr. Margot?
Yes.
Mrs. Wells?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker Schuman?
Yes.
And Mrs. Marcus is a yes. Okay, moving on to the next one. I
I'll
need
move.
to come on a motion.
I'll move approval to purchase technology-related devices for students and staff.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Mrs. Walker Schuman made the motion and Dr. Stern a second. Approval, this is the one-to-one that you discussed with us.
Correct.
Right. So, any discussion or questions? By the way, I have a question on this. You talked about the getting the percentage for where an what you were talking about some. Does any of that apply to the purchase of this?
Not devices.
Not devices. Are we going to be able to piggyback on these and get?
We are piggybacking, yes,
Okay.
on the LACO contract, or not LACO, but on the contract LA Unified uses NASPO.
And that'll save us some money.
Yeah, it's best pricing.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
Mrs. Wells?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker Schuman?
Yes.
And Mrs. Marcus is a yes, okay. Okay, now moving on, do we have a discussion and for the amended, okay, let's make a motion to approve it and then we can have discussion.
I'll
Okay.
move approval, discussion and approval of amendment to amended and restated bylaws for the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee.
I'll second.
Oh, who said that? Mr. Margot, okay,
yeah.
thank you. Okay, any comments or questions? I have some. Okay, I know that this is something that was brought up at the last meeting, and it was brought out that because we did not include the number of people that were supposed to be on it, and so on and so forth, and there were some motions some things that were to change it. I still would like to go back to the fact that I personally, having been on the committee the last time that we picked new members for this committee, that this procedure that was used was very, very good. We got some very excellent candidates, and I felt that there was no reason to change it as it worked very well. So I will probably not vote yes for this particular amendment, okay? Anybody else want to make a comment? Okay. Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
Mrs. Wells?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker Schuman?
Yes.
And I'm a no, okay? Passes with a 4-1 vote.
Okay,
I'll
I'd like
move.
to-
Go ahead. I'll move acceptance and complete acceptance as complete Hawthorne Elementary School's internet fiber cabling infrastructure installation project performed by Vector Resources Inc., DBA Vector USA, and authorization to file a notice of completion and release of retention.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion was moved by Mrs. Walker-Schuman and seconded by Mrs. Wells. Is there any discussion on this?
I just have a very quick question. It's really yes or no. You don't have to get up. The other work being done, the mitigation work and stuff at Hawthorne from the flood, does that affect this project at all, or has it affected since it's been completed?
No, it's complete and there's no interference.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Stern.
Yes.
Mr. Margot.
Yes.
Mrs. Wells.
Yes.
Mrs. Walker-Schuman.
Yes.
And Mrs. Marcus is a yes. It passes 5-0. Okay, number 14C.
I'll make a motion for the acceptance as complete Beverly Hills High School Building H demolition project performed by Pro West PCM and authorization to file a notice of completion and release of retention.
I'll second.
Who was that? Okay, thank you, Mr. Margot and Mrs. Walker-Schuman. And any discussion or comments, questions? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. Mrs. Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mr. Margot?
Yes.
Mrs. Wells?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker-Schuman?
Yes.
And Mrs. Marcus is a yes, okay? Okay, we're going to move on now to a discussion of changes in some of the board policies and administrative regulations. The first one is going to be discussing the dress and grooming codes. Dr. Breggy, you have
Yes.
someone that's going to...
Well, Mr. Allen and Mr. Mead got a little excited with being able to leave, and I was hoping they'd stay for this conversation, but...
you told me to let
Okay, we
you
should
know,
totally
no, but I was hoping
change
they
the
would
whole
stay.
dress code while they're gone.
I know. So this was placed on the agenda in this section for board policy. It could have actually been in board discussion as well. This policy has not been updated since 2009, and we are in the process of, and this is some long, arduous work to update our policies. But the real reason this is even on here is because this is something even back when I was a teacher and a high school principal, it's just something that comes up every year that we always look back and think we can do a better job on what our dress code protocols are. And not only that, but the communication behind them, the expectations behind them, but also, how that's put together. And so this is a conversation that I had with Mr. Mead over a year ago, and it's just been such a struggle. And I think that people want clarity. They want communication. They also want kind of a fresh and updated look at what the expectations are and how they're being addressed. So tonight's just some conversation to get some thoughts from our board, and I know that our principals are also, this is the time of year where we start planning for next year, and so we've got some time on our hands before anything is sent out. But it seems to be an area of struggle every year, and we just think that we can get better every year. I did provide Mr. Mead with an example of a school that did some really interesting and innovative work in Evanston, Illinois. And so this was an example of a student-led effort to lead and create and hold each other accountable in putting together a dress code policy and protocol, which eventually went to the board for approval. There are a number of ways to go about doing that, but it is something that comes up all the time. And so I know that there's some board members that have some discussion, some thoughts about this. It's much like cell phones. When you look at there's a number of ways to get to where you want to go as far as what your expectations are. But it would be helpful, I know, to our principals as we start next year to just get ahead of where we want this to go and what we want this to look like.
Before we start, I'd like to ask Yoni about some of his thoughts on this maybe and what he would like to see, and if there's anything. I think since he is a student and we're talking about dress code, let's talk to the student.
I honestly don't see much of a problem with the dress code we have now. I don't think I really see any students that are like out of line in any way, so I just don't see a problem really.
Yeah.
Any other comments? If there's any thought that the administration has about it, about students being involved in it, I think that would be, if it would be some kind of a committee of parents, teachers, and administrators that to look at it and to see how it could be, what's wrong, if there's areas that it could be changed, if there's something that is specific that Mr. Mead had in mind, maybe he could form a committee of some sort to do something like that over the summer, but to include the ASB and some of the students and so on. I think that if you want something to work like that, you have to have the students buy into it. And the only way they're going to buy into it, I think, is if they are part of the committee that helps to adopt a policy or to change the policy and so on.
Are we going to go around?
Yeah,
So
we're going to go
everyone
around.
can-
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. And Mary, Mrs. Wells, you're first.
Well, I agree. I think it would be very important to include the students and have their input on any sort of writing of the policy. In some ways it may just be updating the way what the language is, as opposed to necessarily what the practices are, and making it current. And I don't think there's ever an issue to make things more clear. So I think that's great.
Mrs. Walker-Schuman.
So I remember this being an issue probably 5 or 6 years ago at El Rodeo. The dress code policy, or the way that it was enforced at that time, prohibited leggings unless it was covered by a tunic or a dress. And all of the girls wore leggings to school every single day, and it was a big issue because sometimes it was enforced, but not all the time it was enforced, and then one would be singled out, go to the office. And I think the overarching belief is that there isn't enough clarity in the administrative regulations and the board policy, but also in the way that it's communicated to the students in the student dress code, which is part of the manual for, the student manual for Beverly Hills High School and Beverly Vista Middle School. So I think the main goals for me is to really be specific in terms of what it is that we're saying we prohibit, and to make sure that it's communicated in a way where it can be enforced effectively. I don't think that has happened, and it's not anyone's fault. There's a lot more students than there are teachers and administrators, and so they're outnumbered. But I think, at least for me, the goal would be to be really thoughtful about this. Because the goal of the dress code is to create an environment that's safe, not to try to control expression, and not to try to fit everyone into a box. And that for me is really important. That's actually why I really liked this sample, this Evanston Township High School dress code, because it really talks about what the student needs are out of a dress code. And it kind of takes the stigma out of the discussion in terms of kids being pulled aside and told they have to wear a different shirt. And, it talks about not doing that in front of groups of kids. I think that all has to do with social, emotional well-being for kids in their experience at school. I'm a big believer that another student's dress cannot ever be responsible for the distraction of a student in an educational environment. I believe in personal responsibility, so I don't agree with trying to put limits on what kids can wear, saying that it's in the name of or for the sake of education. And I would really love an opportunity. I think that we should have input from teachers. I think we should have it from students. I think we should have it from administrators and from parents, because at the end of the day, really, the decision about what kids wear to school is between the child and the parent. It shouldn't really be for the school district, administrators and teachers to police things like that. So the more that we can include stakeholders in the conversation and come up with something that is where there's buy-in, I think it'll be easier to enforce. But I think, for at least for me, the equitable enforcement is a really huge component. And where there seems to be gray area and misunderstanding is in how to enforce what is written, because there's such a variety of different things in different places. We've got the administrative regulation, then we've got the board policy, which is different, and then the student dress code in the manual, which is an amalgamation of a lot of different things. But there are really good things that are in the student dress code in the manual that don't appear in the administrative regulation. So for me, this was an opportunity to have a discussion about it. I would love to have an opportunity for everyone to be able to send in what they would like to see it look like. I would love for this, I mean, I know it's public so everyone can see it, but the Evanston Township High School student dress code, I think, is really innovative. I think this would be a great thing for us to try to model and make sure it's reflective of, you know, our individual communities.
Does that also include enforcement? I mean, does it talk about?
It does.
It does.
Yeah,
is that the one
was
that you were
attached.
talking about that
Yeah.
comes from?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, I actually think this is pretty comprehensive. So I'd love to, you know, make this available to the public, whether it's through a survey or a Google form feedback or whatever,
Well, how about a
for
committee
commentary.
to look at that with students and parents, and like you said, with the stakeholders?
However, I don't know that a committee is necessary. I think everyone should have an opportunity to give their comments, because I think there's going to be a lot of similarity. But whatever it is whatever path we chose to do, I would like to make sure that having this resolved before the start of school in the fall is a priority. Because we need not only to decide what it is, but to present it to the community and public. It should be part of all of the new, you know, incoming freshmen, all of the packets that they get as you know, orientation packets should contain this. All of the new incoming sixth graders should contain this, how it applies to them, so that they're aware. So we will need a little bit of time to make sure that that's done before it's distributed. So that for me is what this is all about. And again, I think I want to hear my colleagues' comments, because I think this is, in years past, has been a hot button topic. And I know there have been conversations also about using a uniform or something like that, which was, I think, shot down pretty quickly. But I think this is important. What our students look like when they come to school, making sure they're comfortable, making sure there aren't unnecessary restrictions, and really making them feel supported is a really important piece. And it fits, I think, nicely in our strategic plan also in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Dr. Stern.
I think part of the, I just feel like, I think part of the struggle, part of the issue with dress code is is to identify first what the assumptions are that make us say that's not right, because that's part of the problem. It's so biased and it's so subjective. For example, one study I know of showed that girls who were overweight were much more likely to be told to go change so-and-so versus some quote unquote normal weighted girl was allowed to wear those tights, but the one who's overweight was told not to. So there's a lot of biases and assumptions that go on that we need to, I think, first identify and then say, okay, as a community, do we accept that we don't agree that we want you to look, you know, for example, the whole question about not wearing a belt and then everyone's pants fell down. Are we over that yet, or is that still going on in high school? Is it over? Because, I mean, like 4 years ago, people were walking and you could see the whole, I mean, right, so it's like,
The other end of the spectrum.
yeah, okay. But the you know, you have to figure out and maybe communicate this to the kids if they are open to reason why we don't agree with that. No, one, first of all, not that it looks sloppy because they don't care that we think that, but one, you're going to trip over your pants, and two, the genesis of that, my understanding from reading something, is that in prison you are not allowed anything on your pants because you could hurt yourself or whatever. So to be a rebel, a lot of these kids wanted to come with no belt on, but we don't want to communicate that. That's not a value that our community wants, is that we think it's cool that you went to prison or whatever. We don't think that's cool. So I guess what I'm saying is maybe we can save ourselves some work if we identify what our assumptions are and what we as a community agree to, and then that will generate our decisions about what can and cannot be worn. And also we need to be careful and make sure that there's not we aren't targeting girls who are overweight, because they tend to be much more targeted for, as I said. So those are my thoughts.
Mr. Margot.
I'll take the doctor, thank you. I
just made you a doctor too. I make everybody a doctor.
So it's interesting, Tristan, that you brought up the uniforms. I happen to be, first of all, you can't in a public school because you got to pay for them. You can't require people to do that. But I was in my experience, both teaching and serving here, I always thought there was something to it. And I always thought, why do some of the most successful schools in the country have uniforms? What is it about them? And then in talking to my daughter, there's some mentality that exists about, I don't want to think about what I have to wear. I don't want to compete with people, you know? And there's a peer issue that goes on with it, that when we say, you know, if we adopt a different dress code regulation, but we have to remember that you know, we don't mind getting up and, as adults, getting up and getting dressed and appearing a certain way to do our tasks, right? Children need to be comfortable if they're going to be learners, right? We don't want clothes, and it's not, you know, you mentioned distracting other people, they're just distracting themselves, right? If all they're thinking about is what they're wearing and how they look in what they're wearing, then we have a problem, right? Then they're not thinking about the instruction of the day. They're not thinking about that. So there has to be a balance, and whatever happens, and I don't want to opine on how this process should go down. I think there's some good suggestions in this Evanston dress code. I also think there's things I wouldn't care for in this. But I think clothing should be respectful to others, and a lot of that covers that, and to yourself, and it should be comfortable so that you can focus and not think about, oh, you know, you squeeze into a pair of, no matter what gender you are, you squeeze into a pair of skinny jeans, and all you're thinking about when you're sitting down is how tight it is at the waist, because it's more comfortable when I stand, and now the waist is pushing down on me. And what is it pushing? It's pushing down on my bladder. So now I got to go to the restroom, right? So you go down a rabbit hole here. And by the way, we should also think, if we're going to do this, will the uniforms of let's say the cheer team or some of the teams make sure that they're in alignment with what we're doing, because they're out of alignment. So I support going in this direction. If the administration feels that something needs to be overhauled, that's great. But I think a lot of things need to be taken into consideration, about, like Mandy said, about the presuppositions that,
you know, what are our assumptions that make us say that's wrong, that's right?
Right. And you know, everybody, you know, like I said, everybody wants to wear a cool pair of skinny jeans now, but it hurts, right? When you sit down especially if we're going to block scheduling, you're sitting down for 90 minutes as opposed to 50 minutes. You know, what effect is that going to have? So, and the one also thing is safety. And I always think because we keep our students' priority as safety, if there's an emergency, you can't have people in fuzzy slippers. and I have seen kids in fuzzy slippers this year. And I think, you know, for me, it's not dress coding. It used to be they would dress code the spaghetti straps or dress code this kind of stuff. That's not going to hurt somebody in the case of an emergency. But fuzzy slippers will, because you can't book out of there if somebody's chasing you. So I think we have to be practical about some of these. And I know, well, I want to express my footwear the way I want to. Well, that's nice, but there's a reason why they say sneakers or, you know, fitted sandals or something that you can move in. I think those are things to consider as a public school. Thanks.
I just want to add one thing. Just listening to all of us talk, and I think that it is a loaded topic, and it can go very wrong very quickly. So I think the more broad we are in terms of really identifying, like, what really is the goal? Is it safety? Is it, you know, some level of modesty because you're in a school setting, and what's appropriate in a school setting, and kind of having a discussion in general what that is, and not being too specific. And then I would just call out that we have to be careful about gender and how we label gender. It's not just fat girls, which I wouldn't even want to say that, but I just think, you know, we have to be very careful in what that approach is. And that's why I think students being involved is the best place to start, because they know what's appropriate. They, you know, if given that opportunity, and they will guide you on what is, in many ways, what is sensitive and what is not, and how the best way to approach that.
I agree. My goal in this is not to make more restrictions, it's actually to make less. I think that having the students' input is terribly important. But let's not forget that we've also asked our teachers and administrative staff to play a role here. So I think their input, and I don't know that I would say I would start with it, but I think this is kind of why I think it was actually important for Mr. Allen and Mr. Mead to be here. What are the biggest issues that you're encountering, and how can we as a board help you to craft the administrative regulation to meet the moment and not create more work for you and not make students feel bad? We should be creating an environment where the students and the admin team can be successful with our direction, and that's really kind of my goal.
Right, because
I think
enforcement
you're also
is
looking
our
for
part.
guidelines. You're
Yeah.
looking for the guidelines that everybody can follow also. And, I don't have any children in school, so I don't see that, I don't know what's going on. But I, as not a parent, but as a teacher, I remember, thinking the guidelines of what the kids should know, what's proper and what's not proper. And I don't remember ever sending kids to the office that came in that weren't ready to go to school. I mean, I think that's what, when kids are dressed a certain, the feeling that your behavior in class is also reflected by what you're wearing. And if you're far out attracting attention and distasteful and so on like that, then, there should be some guidelines for things like that. So that's what I think what we need to have Mr. Allen and Mr. Mead here to go. I think it was probably unfortunate there was, such a long meeting that this happened.
And I would just make the recommendation, though. I think that there's a good framework here with the regulation and also the policy, but to give the cabinet an opportunity to work with the administration, I think is really important as well, and we can bring back to you kind of an update where we are. I think it's I think people know and they realize that things kind of grow and change. And so I think that really the administration is looking for support, to be able to have an authentic process, to be able to, correctly kind of identify what some of the issues are before they're changed. So I think this is more of an attempt that, the administration is looking for some support in this area, which I think is great. We're happy to help provide it, and this was some good discussion. My recommendation would be to come back and share with you kind of a process for next steps.
I was going to make a case in point. What's interesting, social experiment here is that Yoni was never told that he has to wear a suit to a board meeting.
Oh.
Right? Nobody told you. That's right. There's no regulation about it. There's no regulation that we have to wear suits. But we understand the environment that we're in. So we dress accordingly. So I think one of the just overall messages should be, you're in an environment of learning, dress accordingly. And however you want to phrase that, but that it's interesting to me because I've never served up here where people weren't dressed well. It doesn't matter who we were, but everybody was always dressed well because there was a certain mentality about what we were doing and what that projected. So, and I think, you go back 50 years, photos of teachers, they were always dressed like this. Teachers dressed like this. What?
It was written in their contract.
Written in their contract. Well, and I think when that went away, it changes the tone. It changed the tone, and students began to change what they wore. So it's just an understanding when we're talking, because we had a lot of conversation about culture tonight, and it will emit that kind of culture.
That's a great example.
Yeah, that is a great example. I just to play devil's advocate, we don't know what goes on in everybody's home and what their family struggles or dynamics are like, and we can't always expect that other people will perform the same way that we choose to perform when we come here. And I would hate to try to create a set of rules to impose on a parent who has to be at work before their kid gets dressed and goes to school, or where they have already a lot of other conflicts, and this is very low on the list of priorities.
I think you missed what I was trying to say.
No, I get it. I totally get it, and I don't disagree with you. I think it's changed over time. I think when we know what's appropriate, but I don't think you can impose that universally, And one of the things that jumped
But
out
the
at me
whole point is
actually,
it's not imposing. That's what I'm saying, is that Yoni was never imposed on. It was a choice.
right?
So that's
And
what
that
you
I
want to
totally
do.
agree. That
You
I-
want to
that I'm totally fine
empower.
with.
You want to empower the students.
Yes.
To respect the learning environment and make the choice.
Right.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yes.
Sharp dressed man.
The thing that jumped out at me, this is just one particular thing in the administrative regulation, was that clothing should be neat, clean, acceptable in repair and appearance, and shall be worn within the bounds of decency and good taste. Decency and good taste is very subjective.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't say that's what you have to do when it means something different to everyone. So why should we have something in there that can be interpreted in so many different ways?
Can I say also that if you look at the psychology of an adolescent or a teenager, a healthy, typical teenager is going to take that and go the opposite direction.
Right.
So
Right.
that philosophy works very nicely for all the grown-ups. But
Yeah.
for the kids, you would be better off not to tell them that.
So I just, for me, the goal needs to be making it something that's enforceable, realistic, that's not too restrictive. And whatever the path is to get there, I'll follow your lead, Dr.
Great.
Breggy.
Wonderful.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, another discussion item, independent study. I wanted to get, one of the things that we need to be aware of is that the state in the county, California Department of Education is not mandating that we have an ILC program in the fall. They're not mandating an ILC program. And the comment came up about whether Beverly, what we will do as a result of it. Are we going to have one or are we not going to have one? And so this got put on the agenda for some of your comments and so on, just for discussion, to see where we're going with this and what your feelings are and what your impressions are at this point.
And if I could just start that, because we're following very closely, like we have the last year and a half, with what's coming out of the state and also the county. Governor Newsom's plan we need more details and more specifics, because he is saying in his plan that he wants to start as normal as possible for the school year next year. And he's even saying that there could be some restrictions of funds if schools don't fully open. But on the other side of the spectrum of his direction is that he has also made a comment saying that for those families and those students that are not comfortable coming back, that a virtual option still apply. And it's the details of that is what we're looking to find out more information, because what does that mean? As you just talked about, this other policy and looking at what's the definition of decency and what is the definition of somebody that doesn't feel comfortable coming back? Does that include like medical, a doctor? Is it up to somebody saying that they don't feel like they're wanting to come back? We know that we cannot start the school year in an environment where we are asking our teachers to be working with Zoom and also students at home. We know that that's not the best place for our school year to begin. But what we don't have the details on is just the specifics of what that is. And every school district's in the same place, and we are pushing to find out some more details about what does that mean in his plan, that he wants to be able to provide a virtual option for students and families that are not ready to come back. And Mr. Seaman, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, or?
So in his statement, in his budget, it actually does state independent study. So it does state if you're going to deliver instruction, the full plan is for in-person instruction. And if your family does not feel comfortable, that you need to go with, and the statement is actually decades old, independent study programs. Because our board policy and our administrative rights is a cut and paste directly from the California Department of Education. And so from a independent learning center, we do follow all the guidelines that the California Department of Education does support and does back. So that's the only two statements that are out there right now. So if you read Gavin, like I know I'm on the first name basis. If you read Gavin's budget, I mean, if you read Governor Newsom's budget, his full goal is for us to be able to open up fully in person, right? Like that's what we all want as a educational system, is to be able to get people back into routines and getting them to shower in the morning, and then we'll work on what they're wearing. You know, that's ultimately a goal, I think, as a Board of Education cabinet. But in the current variation, it does state, like he's basically alluding to that there's no expectation of this blended, hybrid, like teachers are going to be teaching both virtually and in person. The goal is for the teacher to focus on the students that are in the classroom. And so if a family was feeling uncomfortable, that their basically only option at that point would be an independent study style program. And that's what we've seen so far.
Right. And there's the discussion with many superintendents is that, you know, the additional students that have and families that have made that choice, there's been a cost associated with that. And so that additional cost, you know, those COVID dollars run out. And so, you know, at what point does that, you know, become, you know, a support to our school districts that are having to make that option again for students available. And so, you know, we're being told, like we have been for the last year and a half, that, you know, more information's going to be coming, you know, regarding what that expectation is. But, you know, we're fortunate that we do have a program that is up and running and successful. If that becomes the final word from the governor, we at least have that program that's up and running.
Mary, any comments?
Well, I think if what is mandated is to have the option, then I think we need to be prepared. And to your point, it's great that we already have a program in place that we know has been effective in terms of delivering the education. From an overall philosophy, I would say that I don't believe that we want to be an online school district, and we are investing a lot in our buildings and our program, and we want to build a community and really have that momentum to continue and to not only within the district but to spread out into the city. And so I would definitely not want to build that program in terms of making us an online school district. But absolutely, if it's an option that has to be provided, then I'm not sure how you prepare for that in terms of budgeting, in terms of numbers. But I'll leave that to you for now.
So I think it's a little premature for us to examine any changes to the actual regulations or board policy. I think we've had independent study here for decades, and we've changed it in the more recent past, before COVID even happened, to actually be more accessible to students. So I don't think, I mean, personally, I wouldn't change what we already have, what we already offer ILC. I understand that in the short run, there may be more students that or families that want to opt into that for the fall, but I don't expect that that's going to be a trend, and certainly not something that we should encourage. I agree with Mrs. Wells. You know, we're investing a lot in our infrastructure, and so we, you know, want to continue to be and remain an in-person education system. But I think in the short run, because there's so much that's unknown, and there are some families that may have complications, I think it's something we should plan for. Well, we do have COVID dollars, but not something that we should encourage or try to recruit kids into, you know, really beyond the fall of this year. So I'm not sure there's really anything for us to do yet, but I understand we'll, you know, kind of, you'll let us know if anything changes.
Yes.
Where we are, I think we're ready.
Can I just make it clear too that because it's late, and if I said something that was misleading, you know, this is not a cabinet position that we're trying to encourage this for next year. We really are excited about the work that we've done. We want to welcome every student back in the classroom and get that full experience of being here and involved. That's what we want. So I didn't want it to come across that we're in favor of expanding that option. It's just letting the board know at this time this is where we are with our friend Gavin, and so just wanted to, and I'll keep you updated as that information. It's like the health order. You know, we had another update today, and yesterday, and so.
Well, I agree that this is a situation which we have not been forced with yet. I mean, it's not something that we have to do, but I really feel that there's no substitute for face-to-face education, and that the students should be in the school. I mean, it's just the way I feel about it, and I worry about the fact that if we start, if this comes down and that if they're not comfortable to go to school, at what point, and during their 4 years, if we're looking at a student with 4 years, if they're not comfortable going to school and they won't go to school for 4 years and they graduate from the high school, they've never stepped foot in the high school, that worries me. That option out there is very troublesome to me, especially as Mrs. Wells pointed out, we've spent so much money making this an unbelievable school, and we're going to have kids that are going to graduate from Beverly Hills High School, and they may not have ever gone there. I mean, I hope it never comes to that, but I'm fearful of that. And as you know, I'm very much in favor of face-to-face education. I always have been, and but I'm just hoping that the parents will really want to look at their kids coming back to school and won't opt for that particular choice and make us put it out there. Dr. Stern?
I'm going to abstain until we know more from what's mandated and what's not, but I'll just say very quickly, if I really thought that it was because kids were very concerned right now about their health, I might say, okay, fine. But I know for a fact, anecdotally, there's a lot of kids, age 13 and older, who are just perfectly happy to stay home because, for one reason, the same theme.
We won't have to worry about a dress code.
And put your shoes on.
And slippers.
And your slippers, and you can lie in your bed.
Yeah, and that bothers me because my kids aren't getting away with that, and they will not get away with that. And I mean, I can't tell you, my people say, I can't walk with so-and-so because it's not late start day. I said, what do you mean? Well, he won't come in unless it's late start day. I'm telling you. So, in other words, teenagers, I'm sorry, I sound like a jerk, but they need to be pushed a little bit because we all want it easy, and it's not fair that a teacher has to sit there and cater to the people in their slippers because they want to be in their slippers, and then also teach those who actually bother to show up. I don't think it's not fair.
That's not what we're talking about, right? Though.
Your turn.
It's not.
So, thank you, Mary, for saying what you said. There are plenty of online school options for people to enroll in. They're welcome to disenroll and enroll in that if they want to stay online. That's not what this district offers. That's not what a public school offers. It's so prevalent out there with your options of things you want to do that we don't have to feel pressured to have to not have kids back. If somebody doesn't want to come back, there's other options. I would like, though, to ask this question, and I don't know if this data is available, but I would love to see a comparison between this past year students that were in the ILC or students that were in hybrid or in-person learning as far as their either PSATs, SATs, or CASP scores. I'd love to do a comparison on that and see if it mattered. If one,
AP.
what?
I think AP is another good piece.
APs, yeah, that's going on right now, right? Yeah, I don't. So now some of that data may not be available before we have to make a decision on this, but
I said the same thing.
My colleagues are correct that we have to wait, see what Governor Newsom does.
Yeah.
And
we have SAT scores already.
Okay.
The SAT scores for the students that are
okay.
enrolled.
Great. So I think that might be something interesting to look at. But
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this is a school district, and you're supposed to be here. So, all right. Thank you.
Anything else want to come up? Anybody else want to make another comment? Okay. Well, we're down to our friend, the education department up there, about how to teach math.
Is there, President Marcus, is a possibility is this discussion timely, or can we table it to the next meeting? It's 9 o'clock. We've been going at 7 hours.
As far as I'm
I
concerned,
can't think clearly anymore.
I'm
Unless they need us to do something tonight.
No.
We just found that the School Board of Education, they have just received it, and they're gonna probably open up for 60 days more public comment. So we still have a little bit of time if we want to do it to work, but I don't know.
I would recommend that.
If it would be okay, if I can just tell you what my motivation was to put it on for discussion.
I can't stop you. I mean, I could force a vote to table.
I'm going to adjourn the meeting right now.
So, Mrs. Marcus and I both received a call from the mayor, and he was very concerned, being an engineer, about some of the changes that were being discussed at this level, and wanted to have an opportunity not only for us to discuss as a board this, but also to have the support of City Council in potentially opposing the changes to the curriculum. So I don't know that there's timing that is essential. We can, I don't mind moving it.
What did you say? I received a phone call?
Mayor Wunderlich said he called you.
Not yet. He didn't reach me. I don't think he reached me, but
okay.
He
reached me. He
okay.
told me that he had called you. So that was why I put it on here. I don't think there's enough here, and I don't think it's a mandate yet for us to.
Well, first of all, from what I've been able to read so far, and we don't need to get into it, is that this is going to be an optional thing for us. Each district or each school can do an optional thing. They don't have to follow this plan.
Right.
So that was one of the things, but I don't think he called me yet. But don't worry about it. Okay. That's why when you said that, I was kind of.
I need to say this because from my experience in the classroom, every time the state gets involved in changing the frameworks, they lower the bar.
Yes.
In the entire
completely
state.
agree.
And I wholeheartedly reject anything coming out of the state Department of Education. You had 4th and 5th graders who can easily write 5-paragraph persuasive essays. They can't do that anymore. They could barely get out of middle school writing an essay now because of where they've set the target. So I disagree with all of it. And like Groucho Marx says, whatever it is, I'm against it.
Well, and I happen to agree with you on this. I think fundamentally I disagree with the perspective that they've taken. The overall, I'm going to try to just paraphrase it because it's a lot here. What I am receiving from all of this information is that the California Department of Education feels that mathematics is discriminating against certain groups. And I don't believe that that's the case. I think education on a whole negatively affects certain groups, but I don't believe that math is racist. So I agree with you. I completely oppose and reject this. I don't think that we ought to make these changes, but in the interest of getting out of here and if my colleagues agree, if you want to move it to the next meeting for more discussion or whatever.
Yeah, I do think there is a robust conversation to be had, to give this its due diligence. As you know, we believe wholeheartedly in differentiation to accelerate our students that are ready. And so in no way do we believe that the controversy that's happening now is going to be a mandate. And at this point, it's guidance, and it says in there as well that this is not going to be, we're not going to direct a school district that you can't, that you've got to stay together and have like math classes until sophomore year. It's not written like that, but it's there is a really good conversation that we had at the cabinet level that does talk about being able to conceptualize and have true mastery. As a former math teacher at the high school level, there is a point where you hit the cliff, and but it's all about having really good assessment practices in place. And so there's ways that we handle that internally rather than letting the state provide a mandate or a directive to us in some sort of framework.
Right, and they're talking about high school paths, right? A lot.
Yeah, that's the high.
But
they're only talking about
saying,
9th grade up.
You got to look at your elementary. You got to build the foundation in elementary. It's if they don't have it by middle school, you're going to lose them, and you're never going to get them where you want them. So I think, from what I read off the some of the stuff, it seemed to be focused on middle and high school and not elementary, and I think that's a big problem because I think it's still a problem in most districts because how they've lowered the bar on math as well as writing, and then they wonder why students aren't achieving, but they keep lowering the bar. Do you hear me, Governor Newsom? Thank you.
So I'm going to make a motion to table Item 16A, the discussion of California Department of Education 2021
we-
mathematics framework.
You don't have
for
to table it,
another-
we already discussed it.
Well, no, but we haven't had a whole robust, and we
No, I'm
haven't
saying,
decided on
I'm
any,
saying,
any direction.
just put it on the next agenda. There's no need to table
Okay.
it.
Fair enough.
All right. Okay, well, we have come to the board comments, hopefully brief. Mrs. Wells.
Well, this is just some food for thought. I read a lot of the comments from the robotics program, the students from the robotics program, and as well from athletics. And I'm aware that we have the facilities planned and it's not happening as fast as the students would like. But I really do feel that it's not just that we need adequate facilities, that we need facilities that are exceptional for our students, as exceptional as our students are. And that the facilities, we need facilities that allow our students to really meet their full potential. So when it comes to robotics and athletics, when I think about those programs, I don't think of them just as specialized programs because I think they really build community. Those are programs that aren't really siloed. They bring a lot of other students into their programs, such as for athletics, you have cheerleading, you have the band, you have broadcast journalism. In robotics, robotics is multidisciplinary, and it is probably the best example or shining example of project-based learning in terms of also building teams and problem solving. And these programs extend beyond just the specialty of that program, and it brings a lot of students into areas that are good for all the students and will really benefit them in terms of their college readiness and their careers going on in the future. So I do ask the staff to just pause if you can and really take to heart what the students are writing and really listen to what they're saying they need in those programs, because they are a catalyst for building community. Those programs really do build community. So it's just something to think about.
Mrs. Walker-Schuman.
Thank you and good night.
Oh, Mrs. Dr. Stern.
I'd love to wish our seniors good luck on finals coming up. All the best on that. Because they want to get out early. And then to all the other high schoolers taking finals, most of those will be done before we meet again. So good luck to all the students. Thank you.
I want to say good night and I'll let you know that Yoni's next meeting will be his last meeting as a member of our board. So we will be presenting you with some comments. If you have anything you would like to say to him, you can get them ready. And with that, I just want to congratulate all the sports teams for their outstanding achievements, because that really is something that does build a lot of community. And with that, I'm going to say the meeting is adjourned at 9:08.